clue what the hell was going on. But can you really do that against Art in here?
Yeah.
In his cauldron?
Yeah, this is a different kettle of fish ball game, however you want to put it, doesn't matter. But
Salve,
what does
salve.
matter is the fact that we've got shocks with exist.
Rapaziada, bora acompanhar o jogo da Fúria contra a Heroic. Torcer pro Brasil aí.
For a spot in the major final. Thank you for joining me and congratulations on your trajectory so far. I'd love to know first from a coach perspective how happy you are with how Cadian has dealt with all the pressure thrown his way at this event.
I'm very happy. Obviously, he's really important to our team, but I think he's been playing really good for a long time now. Ever since the player break in July or August, he's been playing like lights out, and he's been putting a lot of time and effort into improving the team and also his individual game. So yeah, I'm super happy and also proud of him.
In the same vein, Jabi, I think we were waiting for a long time to see the click, you know, the X factor come to life, and I feel like we're starting to see it here. What do you think has changed in him that he's so confident on this stage?
I think it's just him getting more comfortable within the team. We knew what he could do when we started practicing with him, when we brought him in. Finally, or not finally, but now he's like slowly getting better and better, I would say, by every tournament that we play. So yeah, it's just been really nice to see from Jabi that he's also getting some good rounds in officials, and he's having a lot of good impact for us, for sure.
Incredible impact, I would say, but it's going to be a completely different game today. We saw so many teams falling, especially just yesterday, Na'Vi, against the pressure of FURIA and the crowd. Are you kind of like the counter agent to Cadian, who's always super animated? I feel like you have to bring the calm back into the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also the main idea why they decided to bring me into the team. Cadian, he's the emotional guy, and I tried to stay calm, and so far it's been working pretty good, I would say.
Lovely, the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shocks, for that interview. Now we're here at the Telestrator to break you down the map, Vito. This one can actually be really interesting, and this is why. Both these teams have the same permaban, right? It's Dust 2. But you can see here, this one, that's Heroic playing it in the last 3 months against Mouse, and that backfired. What we think is going to happen is they're going to let it through. FURIA's not going to ban it either, and Heroic is going to pick it as their map pick.
Yeah, that would be absolutely crazy. This is the question. Will Heroic actually have the balls to go for that Dust 2 pick? Because if you're FURIA, obviously what you're trying to do is you're trying to avoid having to play that Inferno. That is an issue for FURIA. It would be an obvious punish if Heroic were able to have it. It's good T-side on it.
And Heroic, I'm not sure where their vertigo is, right? For FURIA, it's been going great. Maybe they want to eliminate that. They did win their last 2, but Spirit was kind of shaky on that map.
Yenko, where is the safe value for FURIA? That's the issue that I have. What's the map here that is so obvious you can punish Heroic on? They've had some great Ancient, of course, but we all know what the defense of the Danish side can look on that map. You're really willing to? Yes, yesterday versus Na'Vi, it was an absolute flawless state, but that to me, it is a risk, nevertheless.
I mean, another one is the Decider yesterday against Na'Vi, where they looked really good on Mirage, so that kind of has to be their pick. What do we think that's going to happen, though, if FURIA removes Dust 2 for Heroic? Then I think it has to be the Inferno pick.
Yes, the Inferno pick would make sense for Heroic. If you have it available, this is where you can push FURIA. Now, I'd say you go for FURIA, you go for Vertigo Ancient. You go Vertigo Ancient is one of the two, and then you end up on Nuke or Mirage as a third. This would be where the fireworks would happen.
Nuke is an interesting decider because historically it's been a very good map for Heroic. They picked it a lot in the last year, but we've seen FURIA, their style, although unorthodox, it still works CT side. They managed to play very cohesive, and most importantly, their individuals are all on point, which allows them to play so well.
And I also feel like they've been reeling a little bit. You know, we're talking about the play style. It hasn't really been the full force 100% kilometers per hour FURIA. I think they've calmed down a little bit. They've taken what they had to. They've put some water in the wine, as we like to say. And this is going to be a crazy one.
Just tells you that anything can happen in this map, Vito. I mean, we've gone over pretty much every single scenario. There's a chance we see overpass too, so it's going to be a crazy one for sure.
Yeah, a lot to grab onto right there, but of course, when it comes down to the maps, we are just about to figure those out. This place is getting packed out. Ultimately, though, you look at the story that is FURIA taking on Heroic in a semi-final of a major. Two teams that I don't think too many teams would have just put right up here to go through this part of the brackets, and now they have a chance to square up against Outsiders tomorrow in a grand final.
There it is, Maniac, and FURIA does Vito it. FURIA doesn't want any surprises here. Heroic gets away with the vertical ban, and they get their Inferno.
That is the Inferno pick that we thought would happen for for Heroic to punish was obvious, and we see the answer. They go for the Ancient.
There it is.
Talked about. They have put their money where their mouth is. They say our T side on Ancient is going to be strong enough. The Na'Vi result wasn't a fluke, and we would obviously end up between Nuke and Mirage. It's going to be Heroic's pick, and they actually decided to go for Nuke. This is a tactical statement made by Kaden right here.
Yes, it is, and I have to say, I think Heroic won this veto, and by a large margin as well, right? Like, you get that Inferno that you want, and FURIA doesn't, you know, use their veto on Inferno themselves, and you get Nuke as the decider, which they're super comfortable on. Ancient as well, sure, FURIA has been playing good on it, but for Heroic getting to start on the CT side, we know how good they can be on that side of the map. They can just have a big advantage in this series due to the veto.
Yeah, and you know, it kind of starts out with that first map. You think about Inferno, and you think about what's coming to the table here for FURIA. They're playing within, you know, the big house here, and obviously there's some benefits to that, I'd say.
I just think he put a tremendous amount of pressure on Cadian. Right? I'm going to take all you back to the Spirit game. How Cadian abused Spirit was by pushing them against the ropes and having really late round calls. Basically making sure that Shopper is shitting his pants, having no idea what the hell is about to happen. My problem is, I don't think this is about to happen with the Brazilians here. I think Art is going to be very safe. I don't think they're going to give them any space, and I don't think this playstyle will work. I think if you're Cadian, you might just break your teeth in defense very on in this series.
Yeah, I mean, you have to grab onto something. Again, the first map might set the tone for the whole series.
It can. Listen, Trace, I think this is the big difference between Na'Vi yesterday and Heroic today. Cadian as a leader, like, they're a very tight group. He's always like praising his teammates. He's always positive. He's always trying to cheer them up, cheer them on, right? In such a hostile crowd, in that sort of an environment, you can't let your players sink into the atmosphere, which is, I think, the trap in which Na'Vi fell into yesterday, right? I think it kind of overwhelmed them. You could hear it from Simple. They were playing a little bit scared. They weren't going for the plays in the mid round. They weren't taking initiative. And against FURIA, you absolutely cannot allow that to happen.
It's just the amount of pressure you have on you, Trace.
True.
That's what this crowd is actually going to do. Let's not make this up. They're not going to make you win rounds. That's not what happens with the crowd. But it multiplies the pressure on you when you face FURIA. And you're down 0-5, 0-4. You see these multi-kills coming in, and you see all these decibels coming at you. And you feel like the train is running without. You're just running behind, trying to catch it. You ain't got no ticket. That's it. It's so hard to come back into a game when you have about 50,000 people screaming at you. That's where it's the hardest.
Yeah, 50,000 give or take. I think we're right on the money with that one.
Millions.
Yeah, 20 million, billion, trillion, as we've heard some people say in some higher places. Point being, if you look at FURIA, you have to take into consideration some of the numbers that make sense right here. Some of these things, obviously, coming into this prior series, they find their rank at the bottom within the entire event, Yanko.
I mean, Trace, we were here yesterday and saying FURIA had 5 players in the top 20. There's no way that can continue. Also over 50%, 4v5s and whatnot. Well, after yesterday's series against Na'Vi, they've dropped only 5 places altogether, right? All players in the top 25. Again, tells you that it's been massively a team effort. Yes, Xerato is leading the way, playing absolutely incredible, and Yuri being a great contributing. The fangs of FURIA are sharp in this tournament, right? But it's been everyone across the board. Remember the drops map on Mirage yesterday against Na'Vi?
Yeah, and that's exactly what I grab onto. Xerato instrumental yesterday in their success over Na'Vi, but obviously there's drop in the table and in the building as well. I think you have to consider him as someone front running.
And Maniac, interestingly enough, we heard this in an interview from Safe. I think Drop is the guy who talks the most after Art. Like, he as the rookie is being a big voice, and I think that's just an incredible contribution from him.
When you think about his age and who he's surrounded to, it is crazy to think the space and the implication this man is having within his crew. From a standpoint, just from a Counter-Strike standpoint, it felt for a while that Drop was struggling to find his footage in FURIA. He was a little bit left behind. He wasn't having that kind of impact. He is playing his best S-tier event on LAN so far with this roster here in Rio. And he was the savior of that Mirage game. You see that round right here was absolutely bonkers. He showed composure, he showed poise, he showed bravery that we hadn't really witnessed now. Can that happen again? Was that a flash in the pan?
Well, they need it. But, you know, for Drop, for all intents and purposes, him showing up here is exactly what FURIA need to kind of find themselves in the right path.
And they need something, Trace, because, you know, for both of these teams, really, you look at their results when it comes to S-tier events and, like, massive events. This is the ceiling for both of them, right? Heroic, they were very close in Stockholm against G2 in that semifinal. If it weren't for an outworldly performance from Nico, they're the ones playing Na'Vi in the grand final. But for FURIA, outside of Dallas, this year winning 1 match on the stage, it's been just playoffs and bust immediately.
Yeah, and it's about time for us to hear from that FURIA camp. We do have Drop over there with Heku.
So, Drop, during this tournament, during the major, you significantly improved the numbers that you're showing on the server. What changed?
We just fixed some mistakes we were doing in the last tournaments. I'm feeling more comfortable now, more confident, and the crowd is also helping me. I'm feeling more hyped at all the games, and it is showing results in my performance, and I'm really happy with this.
You're kind of like the hype man of the team, so probably you're taking the energy from the crowd and you're spreading through the team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when we lost rounds, maybe we could drop down our vibe and be like a little bit sad, but now we don't have time for it. We're playing a major in our home. We are hating our results, and we just need to step up.
All right, then good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, big words from Drop, and obviously big aspirations here for this side over on FURIA. They're really close to being what they've been looking forward to for so long, for a team that actually had to play through the 2020s of the world, and that's saying something.
There's a very simple statement. There will never be a bigger chance for Art and his crew to win the major.
Then
This
right
is
here
it.
now.
Right here,
Okay.
right now. I know we like to use this idiom here and there on the desk, but it is
Cara, o Drop jogou muito na última partida contra a Nave. Isso é louco, o moleque se transformou. Jogou muito mesmo. Tomara que ele te inspire nessa partida também.
Maybe they can go to win the whole thing or just do a better showing at Cologne. It didn't happen, but this is a little bit different, right? It's your home turf. It's the major in Brazil. You beat Navi, who was the #1, favorite when we got into the playoffs here. You took down the #1 player in the world. So this might actually have been the catalyst when for FURIA to propel them into the final.
This is a team that silenced Simple yesterday. If you look at the stats, it's going to back that up 110%. It's crazy.
And here is the spin I wouldn't put if we weren't in Brazil. I'll tell you that the enemy for FURIA is complacency. We've seen teams do it time and time again. When you get that team, that final W, take down the Ogre, you let the foot off the gas pedal. They cannot do it against Heroic. Have a look at some of the numbers, right? And I want you to focus on the Heroic side of things. We always hear Kenyan talk about how his team is a unity. They believe in each other. They go in as one. And some of the numbers just absolutely conclude that. We're talking about the trade potential, talking about 4v5. That's Heroic shit right there.
Absolutely. That goes into saying that it's a team effort. These logos should be on opposite sides, right? So Heroic is on the right, and the stats you look, it's his utility ADR, flash assists, percentage of trade kills. They're #1 in all these categories. That tells you their team play has been incredibly strong. And you look down there for the FURIA side of things, it would be the 4v5.
Yeah.
It still has 45%. They're the #1 team, but Heroic is third with 30. So like they're not far away in terms of ranking, but that just tells you it's 15% difference how incredible FURIA has been at converting round disadvantages at this tournament.
And Matthew, I mean, I'll take close to 50% in 4v5.
Yes.
I'll take that.
That's
not
crazy.
too damn bad.
Trace, do you know what team play needs to work? Communication. Do you know when it is hard to communicate? When you have so many people shouting. That's what's going to be hard for Heroic. If they want to have this knit-tight communication, we know it's going to be spammy. That's what it is to be a player against a crowd like this. It's not going to stop. And I'm expecting mistakes. I'm expecting flaws. I'm expecting wrong trades, wrong information. That is going to be the day-to-day for Heroic today.
Yeah, just give the fans at home a taste of this sound for a second, and then of course they stop.
Trace, the problem for Heroic is this. It's like FURIA did not play like crazy yesterday. They weren't doing like mad things and it was working. It wasn't like Art YOLing all the time and just doing some crazy things that ended up working. They were playing like more standard CS that what you're used to seeing from them, and arguably it should have been a 2-0 because they've lost a couple of rounds against Pistols, rounds with advantages against Navi that they really never should have. So that's a scary FURIA. That's not as gimmicky. They have their aggression, but it's tempered almost to an extent.
Yeah, and if anything, that's what a lot of people have been asking, praying Art to do for so long. We always said the aggression. I mean, I know you were. He was one of the advocates for so long, right? We always knew the fire they had was a treasure that they had to cherish and use and utilize. But they also had to calm it down just a little bit, be a bit safe across the board. And this is the FURIA, a more matured version, just like fine wine that aged well.
I mean, there was times where Art was getting away with stuff he should have never have gotten away with. Those times have kind of passed. And now, you know, it's kind of like him having to reinvent himself, repurpose himself within this lineup, Jacob.
Yeah, but he's still what he is, the tip of the spear, right? 30% of opening duels are taken by him, and he actually is close to 50% in success when it comes to those rounds, right? So he'll have to keep doing more of the same if FURIA is gonna go into the grand final, Trace.
Yeah, and they are just one step away. Gentlemen, I think we're gonna step away from the desk just a second, kind of recollect ourselves, and also pass it down to James Banks. Where you at, James?
I'm about to take you on a walk that not many players get to do. This is the entrance into this fantastic arena that all of our teams get to do. It can be very daunting, There's a lot of cheering and shouting. It's already going nuts, and it's just heroic in place. All the fans around us, everyone cheering. It's something to take in, it's something special. And by the time they sit down, the nerves start to come in. Everything is what these players experience, what they feel, the emotions, the adrenaline starts to pump as they begin to get themselves to the position to take this seat and see everything around them, all of this. Very dramatic. It continues here in Rio, and while the sun is out, everyone is here at the Fan Fest. We've been having a lot of fun, and you guys have been bringing all the energy and all the noise. But do you not get tired?
Yes, we get tired. I don't know how we are here, but like we love doing this, and we are here, just bleeding and with this, but we are here, strong enough.
You are here making a lot of noise, making a lot of madness for us all. So, do you feel like you guys are giving enough energy and a good crowd buff to Furia? You feel like that helped them yesterday?
Oh, for sure. I think if the crowd was not there, it would be a different result.
So the crowd buff does exist in their eyes. This is what we love. This is all the madness. Long may it continue. Guys, we ready? Again?
Bora, Brasil! Rapaziada que tá chegando aí, deixa aquele like, se inscreve no canal, dá aquela moral pra nós. Vai começar. Arena tomada.
aqui amanhã. Eu sei que muitos de vocês não estavam aqui.
A lot to take in here, big scenes all the way around. We said it yesterday about it being jam-packed from the floor all the way to the top, but I can tell you, as a Saturday, there's even a few extra people
O
here
áudio dela tá
today,
com
of course,
atraso.
getting situated for what is a semi-final and looking to see FURIA on into the grand final. Still, Heroic standing in their way, and that's something you can't underestimate, Yenko.
And that's a tough obstacle to overcome, Trace. You know, we've seen what the crowd is capable of yesterday, and that's all fine and dandy, but in the end, it came down to the Counter-Strike. FURIA just played better CS on the server, and Navi couldn't stand up to that challenge. We'll see if Heroic can do better today.
The question is going to be, can Cadian stay true to his identity in here, in this context? That is going to be the greatest challenge. Can you follow the DNA that has made you successful? Something that is very complicated to do in the conditions that we're about to live in.
Yeah, it's a very interesting time to be alive in Counter-Strike, but ultimately these two teams remain alive, which is why we're bringing Heroic out on the stage right now, who have come the villain overnight. Wild scenes, let me tell you.
From Superman to Hancock, the villain. Woo!
Heroic take to the stage here, and it is time for their semi-final debut. Just one hurdle, and FURIA being that hurdle itself. It's a big task. There's a lot to grab
Cara,
on
gosto
right
desse
there,
cara,
but
hein?
Cadian being the leader.
Eu não vejo graça nesse
A
cara.
bit of a
Mano.
different approach compared to Simple yesterday. Simple was antagonizing the crowd with, you know, hanging the ears, and Cadian is sending the heart, still hoping for it.
Yeah,
and now...
Ain't gonna be no love.
Nah, but there's a lot of love. Get ready, it's about to get loud.
Tá bem a fúria.
Wow. There's an amount of love in this arena right now that is kind of unparalleled. You can't quite take it all in, but obviously that's a big step right there. You see what's on Caserato's back. A lot of love to be shown.
Feel the electricity. Feel the energy. The madness is upon us.
It's almost like we're made of madness. Imagine that, guys. Imagine that. Big steps here from FURIA, and what is ultimately a probably really long walk onto the stage, regardless of how many feet or meters it might be. What? What did you say?
It's crazy loud in here. I think it's going to be even louder than we had in the Navi game yesterday, Trace. And yeah, listen to this.
Yeah, let's take it in for a second, shall we? Twitch chat, enjoy this moment with us.
stop FURIA, we need to get a good start, and we need to be able to communicate well, even though the arena is very loud, especially if they're starting to mount a comeback or something and we have troubles listening to each other. We'd have to calm it down and make sure that we can help each other in tough situations, and that is way easier said than done.
Beating up Navi, we knew that we would have momentum going forward. It was very important to us to have this kind of momentum in playoffs. It was the best for us. It was the game changer to win this tournament.
We tried a few times playing against the crowd, Navi and Denver major, but obviously the FURIA one here, it's going to be completely different. But we tried to be the team that people are not cheering for, so we have a little bit of experience with that, and that's how it is, you know. I'm not blaming the Brazilian fans for cheering for FURIA.
Having a crowd being like this and this loud is giving us a lot of confidence and helping us to believe, but at the same time it's a life-changing experience. It's something that we only dreamed of.
We're not just aiming for the semi-final, we want to go all the way.
Big words and big moments for both camps here. You look at this one, and I would ask about how your pick'ems are doing, but since we already know, they're all ruined.
Camisa bonita da FURIA.
You say, how did you do it?
I had Heroic beat Navi in the semis, and I have Outsiders beat Cloud9 in the semis. So I already have 2 in quarters. Might still have 2 in the semis after today, Trace.
Yeah, you just might. Honestly.
Well, I have 1, that's fine.
You want to admit to anything here? You want to come out and clean with your prediction or your pick'em or anything?
I would like to plead the 5th.
I don't think you can do that.
My bracket is Outsiders beating Heroic in a final, so...
Oh, really?
I love what we heard from Cadian, though, right? Like, he's spot on about everything, really. Like, we have to be able to weather the crowd if they're making a comeback, and we have to be able to communicate in those moments, which is easier said than done, right? Like, they don't know. They have to figure it out on the fly.
Os caras estão confiantes, mano.
Have a chance to play their own game.
This is just a taste. This is like a sample of how loud it gets.
But Yanko is right, and here's why it won't work. Because this is not how Heroic operates. They do not operate with calm. They don't weather the storm. They try and trigger it. A fire needs oxygen to live. There is no oxygen in this room for Heroic. I don't think they have the skill. I don't think they have the mental both. They don't. It's going to be too hard.
Maniac, I think there's barely any oxygen for all of us in this room now. I think about the airflow, kind of constricted.
Maybe we need to lose the ties.
Yeah, probably at this point. Good grief. It's a real sweaty affair here in Rio. I can tell you that much.
Listen, man, I'm just hoping that Heroic doesn't disappear completely in this game, right? Because this is fire CS here, like just explosive, head-to-head, right? Like constantly fighting, constant re-aggression. I mean, we talk about FURIA and their aggression.
Safe tem que dar, mano. Tem que relaxar. Na última partida ele tava muito nervoso, mano. Só acordou no final da partida. Os caras respeitam ainda, né?
Oh yes, I cannot wait to get this one started. Counter-Strike has traveled the world, and today is a day for Brazil. For its players, past and present, and for the fans, of course, gathered in this arena. A semi-final chat. Brazil's best, one match away from a grand final matchup. No one saw coming. But this victory will not come easy. Heroic, the capacity to make their own and break hearts simultaneously. T-start for Heroic. FURIA on the defense. We start on Inferno.
I think Maniac put it best here. This is FURIA's best chance to pick
Boa
up.
sorte, Brasil. Bora que vamos.
Time for Counter-Strike. They get out the gates. Momentum. Well, we could see straight down the guns here. 4 CTs ready to posture and pepper down. Just a lick of damage done early to K-Serrado here. Art at the ready. The entry fragger wants to look for the opening kill on this CT side. And Nate peppering up Shush and holds them at bay for now.
He's always willing to put his life on the line, but now would not be wise. Seeing as he's solo on that B bomb site. Investigating mid, Yuri calls bodies. Doesn't drop any, nor himself. Holds fast for a second bite of the cherry. 3 set up on this mid trap. Heroic hoping for an overextension.
Yeah, hoping that in his jarring presence that they've shown earlier, they'll pick back out. Now seems to have subsided as they crawl up mid with 3. The bomb is at the tail end of this pack, but it's a 3-man mid crossfire here.
You're messing with K-Serrado, you're messing with Yuri. Both of the Fangs are here, ready to take a slice out of Heroic's attack. Still a smoke on Cadian. Flash as well, looks like he's lining it up now. But who will fall first? Whose eyes will fade to black? Drop one flat, and Shush gives it to him. 1, 2 in the feed for Heroic. Yuri to respond, needs to stabilize, he's wobbly. Reload, and dead. One back from Safe, he's having a go, and it's bouncing in towards R5 bullets, and he can only get one. Safe, the last man standing, but Heroic have weathered what was a stacked A site.
Oh, that's a nice shot right there.
Oh, she's doing.
Here. Flash, sure, the bomb yet to be planted. Yabi planning default towards the barbecue, Stown over towards the construction. He should have this one locked.
Não tem smoke.
That moment for him to pull the trigger at least. Stown confirms the round. Heroic take that T-side pistol.
Now you ask anybody, right? Any professional Counter-Strike player, any of the broadcasters we got around here, even the fans, right? Looking into this matchup, you say, what type of Counter-Strike are we going to get today? Chaotic. But Heroic know that just as much as FURIA do. And the thing is, FURIA, I think they need that to work in their favor, whereas Heroic can use that against the Brazilians here. They can sit back, they can wait, they can hope for the overextension in these early stages. And try and stop them from getting that snowball started. So a force buy out from FURIA now. Safe and Yuri on A, the other three over towards B to defend and fortify, but just some passive crowd control utility, nothing too quick as a long smoke will be deployed, and Cadian at the front of the pack with this MAC-10.
Impressive form out of Cadian, and an impressive opener. Oh, and a bit of a team kill. Bit of an oopsie. Now Yuri's being hunted. He should go down, but Yabi's been blinded too. Vision restored.
Caraca, pulou.
Okay.
Pulou
Knows
matando.
something we don't about those SMGs, and now, well, there's not much hope for FURIA. This second round force achieves very little.
Yeah, now just make sure you don't hand anything over. If you want to hunt for these short, that conversation can be had. But I'm sure Heroic are more than equipped to deal with a similar type situation in the follow-up round. So we'll call this the 2-0 start, and this is the TK here. So you see the ding coming through from balcony. You've got to take that type of a shot. If you got to put your teammate down, you have to. That's the only way forward in a situation like that.
No kill reward for the force.
Yeah, I suppose, right? So it's a little victories here for Heroic early.
You heard from Cadian as well, saying we don't just want to win the semi, we want to win the whole thing. You could see that in their quarterfinal. You know, they're playing with a tenacity that does look like that of the mindset many a former Grand Major champion. And now you've got to do it on hard mode.
It's no surprise that Dust discussed the multiple different veto variations. You had Yanko Maniac breaking down the options there. Duff 2 was the opportunity to float to that second phase. Now, we didn't see that come through here, which enabled Heroic to pick into Inferno. But curiously, FURIA and Heroic have only played Inferno once throughout this tournament. And then you move further down the veto, and well, there's a conversation to have about the fact that Heroic haven't played Ancient or Nuke just yet. But Cadian again, this time into Art, is going to drop to his adversary on the other side. And laid in the top of Banana with Flames. It negated this with a smoke of their own, so they should be able to get back, and they can find that MAC-10. It's an extra boon in the back pocket for round number 3.
Down goes Art. He went a bit too far. Pushed his limits and is met by Tesses on that AK. Favored to Heroic still. K-Serato's just gone, wow, very brave on that retrieval. And Top Banana now flying the Heroic flag, trying to set drop up with a weapon despite the low HP. Tesses to
Ele tá com mais vida, deixou a arma pro drop.
now there is a CT response. K-Serato's playing with fire here. Forward position, a lovely knowledge out of Stown. He knows he can put pressure on that position through the smoke, puts him down low, 13 HP, backing it up.
Well, keep in mind here, both Inge and Liz probably calling a lot of details from the grave. They're flicking through their players, they're seeing what they're coming up against, and now channeled back towards middle. The smoke sent towards Moto, a flash for Yabi, but I don't think they'll use it top mid.
Yeah, very hard for the boys here. Safe and Yuri.
They're going into this.
There's a chance on that P250, has to be perfect, and Safe delivers. Just the one on the UMP, opens up and closes is Tesses. 3 frags to the good, the rest are bleeding and running. Oh, into Tesses. Silent spy drop.
Só de bom tamanho, mano.
I mean, it's a 2-on-2, Chad, but the numbers
Dá pra pegar a arma do chão.
don't imply any hope for FURIA into our third.
Damage, sure. I think you give this one a go here. Now, ooh, if you get that AK, that's a different consideration
Okay,
all in
whatever.
itself.
You might try.
K-Serrato is still miles away. Look, he's just rotating back now through the speedway position, so...
Yoink!
Daylight robbery
Já
right
era.
there. Drop will find himself the AK-47.
O K-Serrato não consegue pegar também.
Very happy to carry that through to the next, and it looks like K-Serrato is happy with the MAC-10 as well. He's got that 5.7. Sure, that's not going to be too much of a conversation in round number 4, but the incendiary might. So all things considered, a bit of pressure applied here on this lighter purchase round.
Foi de bom tamanho.
Follow up, we will get into the gun. So a nice steady start.
Fazer um armado agora e voltar pro jogo.
I've been so impressed by Drop recently.
Especially yesterday, right? That was wild scenes to see him stepping up. 18 years of age. And it was one of the 10 youngest players in the entire event.
Can I have a confession? When I saw Drop arrive in FURIA, I put him in the ZQK NIP Academy farming. He was going to come and he was going to go like Honda.
Sure, yeah.
Os caras com a bandeira do Brasil.
With that same brush, but he seems to have brought maturity with him.
He said he's the hype man, so they're going to need some of that hype here today. I'm sure they're going to be carried by the crowd, but it always helps to have it in the server. And yeah, Art will wield that Mac 10. Cadian holding on to one on the other side here, or at least purchasing in. I think the other two carried AKs out of round number 3.
So you don't get to see these rounds all too often in the sense that, yeah, no Cadian 8WP, admittedly on Inferno. Might be more rifles, but it is safe on this defensive AWP.
Just to note, we will see that a lot from Heroic here. Some of their key details, the desk highlighted it, and if you look at their map, they're really good at utility damage, flash assist, and apparently spamming through walls. As safe as chipped on down to 28 points, but we'll stand the line. As Yuri alongside for this. K-Serato is their flex player over towards Arch, who has just been smoked off. And Heroic aren't in a rush, right? I was looking back at some of their more recent matches, trying to tunnel up mid, go for some quick plays towards A, but against FURIA, I think they're trying to just remove any of these early round skirmishes that may fall apart and see them sink into mid rounds. Here they can wait out this utility, which they've done fantastically well. Smoke and 2 flashes remaining. A HE somewhere on the dirt. And look at this from Heroic. Everything they want and more. If they can clear out top banana control, if they can get through Art and Drop, B's theirs.
That's an if. Art would love to find one on the Mac 10. Drop, spotted out. They do get the info safely. That's beautiful movement out of Stown. And they're coming around again. Oh, Drop stands up. Good on the first. Forced by the flame. Art is somehow still alive in his case. That saves them. 3 as he rounds the corner. Only 1 remaining.
Tira a cara, Caceira, tira a cara.
But with 20 seconds, he's got the bomb. But has he got any hope? That was the first 3. Frags from K-Serato, and it could very well be
quase matou o safe.
It looks like it is. Stunning work.
Okay, well, Cadian, he's going to hold on to this AK-47, sure, but that's fantastic rotation. They delayed long enough towards the top of banana. Drops, opening kill, assisted in that fashion. Art holding on for dear life. But K-Serato has been an absolute monster here for the side of FURIA. Tournament throughout, consistently delivering numbers. There's no doubt in anybody's mind that he is the best player from Brazil and making a name for potentially, well, let's see how far they can go. Major MVP could be a discussion if they make it to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and if he can keep up this form, I mean, he's got such a stone face. Up against
massacration.
Other teams away. Incredible mechanics. Hailing from Brazil, and he's going for early info. It takes balls to do that against Heroic. A quick jiggle mid.
They need to be careful as well. The AWP is out on the other side. And speaking of AWPs, FURIA have 2. Art's equipped one here early. Now, Art, we know that he loves a bit of AWPing, right? Always flirting with it throughout this team. You had Henny, you had Junior, had plenty of names, right, who they brought on in because Art always likes to be this aggressor.
You see the setup. It hinges on Art. Sticking around in a forward position. K-Serato.
Art!
Cadian's head clean off his shoulders. You wanted info. How's an AWP bullet between the eyes?
That is a massive shot right there. Well, now they must have a great idea that double AWPs are in play. Assuming Safe has one on the other side of the server, that would be, well, a safe bet. Shushin's down, call Tassus and Yabi over for this B execute. And that's a fantastic mid-round decision here against an AWP. If they smoke CT, smoke Art is going to have to play through the smoke or just leave Drop, hang him out to dry.
Line up, they will do this by the book, as Heroic tend to do. It's their own book, but they do it by it.
Só tem 2, mano.
Counter incendiary, run boost over. This is Gangster. Shush is across. Art trying to get a forward position. And
Olha que mentira, mano.
It could have been lethal. Shush down on the second shot. More required. A tip on Tessa's head. It's still heavily favoring this defense, but if they could.
Boa,
Beauty! Poetry! 3 on the defense.
Art jogou muito, você é louco.
They're just taking it in turns to feel like a superhero.
What an amazing round from Art there. That opener, beautiful stuff. That jump shot, see you later, Mr. Cadian.
Maybe, I don't know. Yuri is having a look. And nothing to come home. Okay, 2 rounds to the good though, Furia.
Here it is. Oh, there you go. Give an inch, you'll take a mile. Massive stuff there from Art, and this is the conversation. That coffin smoke landed, the defensive one was deployed to their own. He's playing around it. This is where Art does his absolute best work.
The fan zone is occupied today in support of Furia.
This is interesting. Look where Stound's taking the AWP here. It's towards second mid. Traditionally with an AWP, you go towards banana, you go towards that middle position and look for those long-range exchanges early. But he's taking this straight up towards middle from second mid. All right.
What's that? I thought he was going up.
Just took an opposite attempt of going for a similar pick here. So maybe he could go overlooked. But a similar result. I thought he might have headed, towards apartment to see if he can find a pick on a Yuri or safe, who we've seen posted within earlier rounds here. Tiny little gap there towards the cusp of that smoke on the bottom, you can see now. Not sure if Stound stayed scoped in, if he could have spotted a toe or two, but the warning shots will confirm.
Something interesting. Cadian's got armor as well, so looking to play pickup if that AWP falls out of Stound. He's got a flash cock. Now Tessus is lying in wait to apply the pressure. Here it comes, safe from the flash. K-Serato overcome. A good find back. Against the odds here, Heroic, you shouldn't have as much of an imposing presence as they really do. Stound is coming to catch you on the rotate. Bait with the Glock, making space for this weapon. It is protect the president. Safe has got the flank, should have the shot, does deal with it. Art is hitting them, Safe is hitting them.
Boa, Safe. É isso, porra. Importante ele ganhar confiança, mano.
They tried to get cheeky with it. Furia are not laughing.
He understands playing over towards that arch side, that 3/4 long smoke there, give them the mid to B option. But 2 AWPs to deal with that. Yeah, Art was in a lot of trouble, so it is fortunate Safe was able to shoot them in the back there and take down a couple of cheeky kills. Timeout has been called from the Danes there first. So that's 3 consecutive for Furia now. Now in this conversation, it's going to be how do we deal with this double AWP setup that's currently confronting us. You know that that's in the playbook. So do you want to operate a little bit faster here? Do you want to make sure you're using that early long smoke, try and get up that mid control? But if you do head towards A, you have to deal with Yuri, the sidekick to K-Serato. These are 2 absolute beasts within the server.
Honestly, for Furia, you put yourself in their shoes. Safe, Art, and K-Serato in the opening 6 rounds have proven to themselves they're playing their game.
That's a very good point, right? Individual plays, it's one way to get by, but if they're stepping up and having multi-kills, it doesn't need to just be that trade game. And if you continue to stall them out when they come to your site, you don't need to worry about getting into these chaotic mid-rounds.
Well, chaos, it's going to be a word we use an awful lot of. Careful, K-Serato tries to catch a time and get a catch a bullet instead. Good punish from Heroic.
Eu vi o cara passando. Nossa, eu estava indo virou na hora.
AKV AWP, good for it. Yuri trying to tip the scales further in Furia's
4x3.
Whole squad coming and knocking. Looking to
Safe tem que dar suporte aqui.
for the cross. Smoke will be ahead of it. Good distraction. Need to strike. Need shots to hit. Drop and Yuri. Send Heroic back to squad. Nothing from Shush. The goose egg still stands 0.
Tá fechado, tá fechado.
Furia 4 in consecutive fashion. One of the things they outlined, one of the things Cadian said he needs is a strong start. We'll continue to review how strong of a start this is.
This is great from Drop here, right? He's just gone for the spam through. As soon as Yuri takes contact, he understands that pressure's coming. All the bodies rotated her as well. Heroic, it was the A play, and Furia, they bit down hard. That full rotation coming through will send Heroic down to economic squalor here. Going to be some upgraded pistols, sure, and this is where Safe surging forward, taking the fight. He's ahead of this.
That is aggressive, and he's not done. Safe.
Nossa, tá todo perdido ali.
Heroic getting nothing here.
Ó, o Safe já tá na base, mano.
Other than hot lead, straight through, one back from Yabi's D. He's got that next generation crosshair placement, but is he ready for an aggressive walk? Because here comes Yuri. And down goes Yabi.
It's going to be a sobering moment for Heroic right now. Heroes one day, enemy number one the next. That contrast, you can see they weren't taunting the crowd. They're happy to be respectful of the environment they're in, but regardless, they're up against that surge of energy that is being directed to center stage.
I loved it from Matthew. You know, Heroic, they are fiery, but a fire needs oxygen, and I'm not sure how much they're going to feel they have while trying to play this video game in this environment. Double orbs are out for the CT, the forward smoke, and now if you're against Art, I too would be looking at that with a furrowed brow. Safe blind, Tessus up, forward position, he has to fall back.
Safe heard it. He saw an awful lot there that they could have pushed through that molly, but Tessus, he's not going to continue the push forward. He's going to spam that will confirm exactly what Safe was communicating to his team. There's not a whole lot of pressure Banana either. It was just Stown who was the caretaker, and once again that reservoir of utility, Cadian back to pick up a couple more goodies. But look at this from Art. This is what he's known for here.
What he's waiting for in the air, just a cheeky bit of hit from Tessus. Dances the dance, baits the shot. FURIA are more than happy and content to have the majority towards that first letter.
These orbs are very jarring, right? It means that you need to use a little bit more utility to take all these different points. And I like the more aggressive play towards A, but they were unable to break through because of FURIA's rotations. Double nades towards the coffin position, nobody home.
Acho que não tinha ninguém no caixão.
So is Quesarado, three-man B-stack from FURIA. They're reading the play well.
They know what Heroic are looking for. Art wants to be that forward position. He wants to punish.
O Art ele é foda, né, mano?
Immediately condemned to the Shadow Realm, and with 30 seconds, Heroic is scratching their head.
Já desistiram.
Do we go? They don't know.
Quando voltaram, não entendi.
Send one in.
Ali, o cara tancou, mano.
Into the site, into the two of them. Smoked off, Quesarato denied. Drop though, hiding, lying in wait. Can he deny the bomb if he hits that bomb?
Nossa, mano.
Needs drop. Who does it? 5 seconds more. He's just it.
Não dá tempo.
No plan, no problem.
Vamos lá.
Heroic fall. And drop the nerve to just sit there as his teammates get.
Cara, que time, o cara pulou bem no reload, mano.
He sits, he waits, he plays his win condition.
And all the details right now in FURIA's favor. I said they're reading the play well, but not only that, they're continuing with this opening kill success. Art already with a couple of cheeky picks, and Nzxt, he said he's going to keep them calm. He is the contrast to Cadian, the fiery in-game leader in the center. Well, the stoic coach who's been in an environment like this before, lifting a major trophy. He knows what it takes. And here's Art again, playing ahead of the situation, understanding that he needs to buy that buffer for his teammates here, and he bought a massive buffer because Drop, all he needs to do was line him up and knock him down, and as you mentioned, no time for that plan. Tessus scrambling, and that one's going to sting. Tessus, after time, left with 1.1k to his name, so that timeout is a big discussion point here. How are we going to function?
Mano, que eu acho que tá jogando nesse Major, não tá escrito.
It has to be maxed on out. So they know into the next, they will be able to buy up on everybody.
Already Art has opened up the account, just an aggressive walk down to catch Javi, second mid. And Heroic, they're being a bit too quick about this, don't forget. This could be for the 7th. It's a conservative buy, some Desert Eagles, Tech 9, some Kevlar.
In 10 rounds, Art's already found 4 opening exchanges in his favor. So he's got a clean sheet in that regard here. First in, best dressed, still continuing that entry success is Art, and this is what you want to see from your in-game leader, surging forward, looking for more. Really controlling the tempo and the pace of this game. It's something that Heroic were, well, hoping they could do, but Art's found a second within the round.
Yeah, reading the interview Safe gave ahead of this, he talked about Heroic being one of those amazingly proactive teams. When you're playing against them, especially on that CT side, they will find those gaps. They'll outline them. Well, right now, FURIA are kind of giving Heroic that treatment.
And the scary factor is with Ancient as map number 2.
I can't wait.
Heroic haven't played that map thus far within the tournament. Haven't played it at all. They haven't played Nuke either. So we're going into uncharted territories for Heroic as far as this event is concerned. Smoked off, pushing through into Drop again, and he's just going to pick up another multi. 2 more kills for Drop. Cadian will get 1, but it means absolutely nothing. 7 in a row for FURIA now.
Good lord. Well, Heroic are definitely doing this half on hard mode. They will not be able to remove guns out of FURIA now.
Fazer a vantagem que esse mapa aí é muito CT, mano. Na hora que virar, a gente tem que estar com vantagem boa.
Because Heroic have to be scared that it can come out in any moment with the cash factor that you just pointed out. If they would like to buy it, if they would like to make it an option, it's always possible. So how is that going to change the way that Heroic approach this? Well, Cadian trying the Zywu here. Might find the little toe and spot. There's Cadian. Arc goes down.
That's a big opener. Read the play. Safe, trying to catch them on their exit. They have to be calculated about this. They always are. It's Heroic,
Oh, wow.
but not today. Safe cancels play for Shush. Grouping, timing on this, it's very important Heroic can catch this timing. At the moment, 2 defenders. Up against 4 on the advance. And Safe advancing forward.
Não abre, não abre. Não abre.
Safe, aware of the possibility.
Não seja curioso, mano.
Line drawn in the sand by the Zoom bangers.
Look at this rotation. Everybody from FURIA is back on the site. They've completely gambled. They're playing Heroic at their own game.
Who will dare cross? Oh, Safe walks into the trap. Drop
Não,
is the unknown entity.
não.
And if he's brave enough, he will get out of there.
Caralho, mano, tô raspando.
Counter from Keserato, still a presence on the site. They've got time to do whatever they desire. Concerned about B now, wanting to check it out. They've just sent drop out, leaves just 2.
The best 2. The Fangs of Furia on A right now to lock
A
this one
Pocad
down.
ter levado os 2 ali.
Good Molotov forces the smoke out of Yuri, sits within it.
Nossa, Yuri.
This is half of his health and drop.
Meant to be.
Oh,
E
no,
param.
ready. Drop responsible, but they heard him in library. Someone will spot him. Oh, it's perfect for the job. Cadian's on one.
Essa aí guardou.
In this round, he started it, and it seems his team will close it. He's got them locked. If you want to do anything, you've got to get through me. He knows what that frag means. Just a little drip of water in a drought of a T side.
It's crazy he gets all 3 kills in that round as well. Right, you look at this man in the center of your screen right here. The Heroic's trials and tribulations over the last few years, they're public record, right? We've all seen that it's been the us versus the world mentality time and time again. And traditionally, Cadian has been the one to shield his boys. But this is a whole different beast. There's no protecting them here.
Cadian jogou muito esse mapa aí.
Confidence up is with plays like this. So the in-game leader leading by example, as the cliche goes.
Yeah, I really love that element of Heroic. You're right, it's public record, but so is the way they've reacted to it. And their times of strife do seem to have bound them. You know, there is an extra level of brotherhood within this competitive world that they've managed to ascend to. They've proven that, you know, it's us and them. It is us against them, and right now it certainly is a rather large them. Just, 16,000 people in an arena.
Yeah, I know that they're big on visualization, but I'm not sure how you meant to visualize this. This is obviously a different beast.
O Safe foi abrir ali, mano, sem flash. Ele tava cravado já no pixel.
Out of Fury, that's noteworthy. You get 4 30-second breaks for the coach to pipe up. Of course, your opponent's coach will be doing the same. Exist. Man, a few words.
And see, now they can go back into the double AWP setup. This was always a possibility, and it gets drawn back out into the play. So Safe equipped them yet again for round number 12 here. It's been such a difficult line of sight to get past in certain scenarios. As I mentioned, you need extra pieces of utility. You might start thinking there's ghost AWPs around the server because there's so many different angles that you have to deal with here. But if Cadian can continue to find them openings, continue lockdown, keep quadrants of the map like this, that removes that speculation.
Let's see his flight path for this B-take. Oh, I love that drop. He's actually gone forward and thrown a whole magazine into the smoke. Now, this battle for control, you can see that deep smoke should imply.
They're coming through on the flag.
The Furia flag, careful. Oh, gets it. Oh, another one. Another one.
Verdade.
DJ Khaled.
Ele vai.
We got art here.
Nossa.
With a lovely double, and how many openings is he on now?
That's going to be
Zero double
I
up.
think he's had 6 opening exchanges at this point. He's 5 of 1, so continuing to do what he does best. And now into the secondary AWP.
Yeah, one cannon too much. Let's go into the other.
Nossa, na hora que ele tirou a mira, o cara apareceu. Olha.
Yabi limping in the apartments now.
You're probably considering a save here if you're Heroic. You don't have enough cash here to go for another buy fully into the next round of play, and there it is. They're going to call it off.
Eles vão guardar.
Moly. Oh. top of the scoreboard, Chad. That's not even where he needs to be.
Yeah, and it's both AWPers towards the top, right? You've got
Sure,
Arthur
though.
13 safe on 10. So these barbs with the AWPs are definitely getting it done. And I already called the save, maybe prematurely here.
Nada.
They've just smoked off towards CT spawn, and they are charging towards B. Art is still here.
They're giving it a go, Heroic.
Nossa.
They push all the chips to the center of the table and say, let's have a go. Let's be seeing you. Let's be having you. Yabby, big shot.
Cadê aquela nade, mano?
Going down. Can they disrupt? They know the angle.
Ó o Kai de onde tá já, filha da puta, mano.
Knocks and drops, drop. Still alive and suddenly a 3v3. They have turned the tables.
Cara, dois caras miados, mano. Não tem nenhuma granada.
FURIA on the prowl. Smokes and kits present. Shush spotted. Safe. Misses his first. Yuri good for the retake onto Cadian. Safe as well.
Boa. Lindo retake, tá louco.
And FURIA will make it 8.
Don't see too many of those in Counter-Strike at the moment, do we? 3-on-3 retake on the B bomb site, but with how this one started, there it is. There shouldn't have been any chance for this. Yabby hits a clean one. They get into the site with the lost bonus where it's at and the bomb going down. Any woes about a buy going forward has been completely removed. There could have been a couple of omissions, but that play helps them out going forward. So score 8-4, back into winning ways. It's not done just yet. Heroic still have on the table the possibility for an 8-7 as they will take their third tactical timeout in the first half of play. Woo. Making these T rounds seem like they're worth their weight in gold, but also it's your map choice. It's your map pick. You don't want to let this one fall by. This can run away very quickly like a locomotive. And we talk about this pressure, Alex. It's just a word, right? But it's creating stress in the server. That stress
Lá os efeitos que os caras põem.
fatigued, and at that point you make those mistakes.
Yeah. We're all humans at the end of the day. This is a battle of 5 humans versus 5. Their individual decision making. The inputs they press on the keyboard and mouse. The separating factor as to who will be the one happy and the other absolutely destroyed. To be so close, a semi-final of the major, every Counter-Strike player would dream.
Fazer 10, mano. Se a gente conseguir fazer 10 já.
Never mind for FURIA. This has been one hell of a dream, and it's living through it right now. It's not done.
Crava.
Safe has an opportunity to start and find an opener now. He's been smoked off on our side. He's called for the cavalry. 3 are rotating through, but it's just the fangs on the side. Just walk straight through. An easy opener given to Heroic. Now it should get awkward. Yuri kept to one. Otto, though, he's still on the site. You got to get through me. That's what he's feeling. Yabby's chipped him low. A fresh magazine, but he's being stared at by an AWPer. And that's all Cadian needs.
Cara, o Cadian vai conseguir matar ele ainda, mano. Aguardar.
Successful into the A site, and this is where they looked ahead. Finish strong.
Okay, Safe. How many more are you looking for here? A 1-on-3. He's going to give him a lurk smoke in towards the side, and he's actually changed on over to the AK. So a second smoke picked up as well, and that's going to create a bit of a wall here. More questions for Heroic.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be very interesting if he does get on that bomb. It would be Yabby that has to put bullets on it. Fake. Tug. And that's the headshot he needed. Yabby plays it well. Maneuvers to cover. Hard target.
Esse clutch era muito difícil, mano.
Heroic will make it 5. Making a competitive half out of this.
Yeah, and I think at this point they're going to be quite comfortable with that. And they've done a good job as well with how close the last few rounds have been. A retake, the 2 rounds that they've won in the last 3. Trying to whittle down this cash within the final stages. So there still will be a buy available for FURIA, but it's going to be missing a couple of bells and whistles. There's only 2 kits in play. Yuri's missing an incendiary, but otherwise, you'd consider this all in all a full buy. Safe wants to take another pick down mid. He's going to keep the passive line flashed off for now, but up banana they charge.
Nossa senhora.
Third is beautiful.
That is the Heroic special.
Triple nade.
Utility. Drop out of the round. Lost case Serrato as well.
Nossa, safe.
Ruffles to the hands of Heroic rifles. Nades or bullets, it don't matter. They
Eu não tô vendo o cara não, mano.
And somehow he might have actually had a chance onto a second. Tracks him through the smoke. Miraculous frag.
Vai. E ele vai.
Off to the safety of the A site.
nice defensive Molotov there. We'll get into the AWP, and he's already been
Pegou rápido o cara.
top of banana. Yabi coming back over to seal top mid. So if Art wanted to quickly pursue, there'll only be one avenue, boiler or halls, and that doesn't seem to be the case. Now, I mentioned the cash being siphoned. At this point, this AWP is worth an awful lot. So an 8-7, as mentioned, still very, very possible for the Danes here.
To bite your arm off for it after the start.
Here's Yabi. Newest addition.
Nossa, acho que você ferrou o tiro ali, mano. Pegou os dois desprevenidos.
Into this squad, right? He had big shoes to fill of refresh, and he's got mixed, not mixed results, but there's been a mixed conversation about Heroic since his addition. Is it better? Well, right now, if they make it to the grand final, that's definitely the case. And if they remove this AWP, well, that's going to mean an awful lot. A bit of extra time here. The chase down, look the wrong way, and does survive. Actually gets himself a lot of cash there. That means that he can drop that M4 and
Cara, foi caçar que nem louco.
into this round of play. So, Art, by farming 4 in the previous, sitting a little bit prettier than his teammates. This is brought into a P90 here, Alex.
Sorry.
Is that a P90?
Well, I guess
he's going to run maybe straight up banana here.
That's one way to try and make yourself even more of an enemy. You run around with a P90 into the Serato stack. And he is just holding W. Just holding W straight into the site, up, across, and hunting. Drop panicking. Caught out now. Whoa!
Nossa, acabou.
On the pistol,
Ai, acerta o tiro.
Ferociously.
They're locked in. There's no way out. They have to fight forward here. Cadian and Stown.
2x4.
Oh, and the Brazilians have full control. Drop doing a lot with a little just by holding
Eles sabem onde o drop tá.
Oh, he may not forever. He's forced to fight. He has to stand. He has to go through.
Nossa, o drop saiu matando ainda, mano. Caralho, ganharam forçado, mano.
9-6, the scoreline reads at the half. Map 1 of this semi-final. It's just heating up. Don't go anywhere.
Ficou de bom tamanho esse último aí. Galera que tá assistindo aí, deixa aquele like, se inscreve no canal aí pra dar aquela moral. Baixado aqui no som pra não tomar strike das músicas da ESL. E aí, o que vocês acharam do primeiro half aí? 9-6 pra nós. Agora é fazer um TR perfeito e já era. Ganhando pistol já garante uns 2-3 rounds. O negócio é ganhar o pistol. O cara vai tacar o bagulho na galera ali, ó. É esse pistol aí, mano. Vamos ganhar esse pistol aí, velho.
FURIA matching that same form we saw in the quarterfinal. There's a reason they're here in the semi. Crowd out in full force to bear witness to our second semi-final. Outsiders have locked it in. We've got one grand finalist. It's time to find our second. And Heroic FURIA is quite the affair. It promises to deliver, and already the first half, 9-6. Attack start now for FURIA.
I think that's pretty par for the course, right? I know that T-sides on this map can actually drop some bombs, but I think 9-6, both teams will be quite happy with this. There's an info place down. There's going to be a flash forward from Shush here, but it might just be a fast B. Look at the pace on this.
Very fast.
CT smokes in. This could be a full commit.
Tem vantagem.
They're going. The bomb's there, and so is the whole squad.
Boa, safe. Boa.
Deleted with the dual Berettas. Nothing to report.
Tô
And
só
now
no
into
caixão.
the site. Testers might want to wait for the retake. They do not have that kit yet. Don't even know if anyone did. He had the dualies instead, so could be hard-pressed to get back in for this one, Heroic. Down still fannying around on A.
He showed himself bottom banana, but by this rotation, it's going to come in. K-Rod and Art are still committed, but there's no way for Heroic to initiate this. It's bullets alone.
Drop, dancing, need one. And that's the one. Fury goes wide. He's taking long-range jaws on the glove. Two, good enough. FURIA should have this one in the bag. It's just a question of luck.
Linda. Porra, é isso, mano. É isso, velho.
And they're up to double digits. All right.
We've exchanged pistols here, but that's a nice one from FURIA in FURIA fashion. Fast, direct, straight up banana in your face, taking those jewels. Heroic played for info second mid. They got no info at all. FURIA came knocking.
The safe came tapping. And it's this true tradition.
Aí a molecada vem esse Major, mano.
Will be throwing aggression into this CT round. They've cobbled together whatever they could muster. Interesting to see Shush on a scout. Not sure how far that'll get him. Cadian may not be aware of Serato so far forward. He's going wide for it. Nice reaction on the util. Trying to find gaps. Any slip-ups like that. Another one for Art. 19 frags and counting. And that's another opening, Chad. He is just farming them up.
Desconfia.
Cracking open into bomb sites.
Desconfia. Boa.
This is not the way you want the force buy to go. There's a lot in a round like this. It's a full investment from Heroic here. The fact that they don't even get a kill, they don't even keep it competitive, that is nightmare scenario as far as force buys go. Sure, they're going to try and save here, but let's see if FURIA are going to let them. You don't want to hand these AKs over the Galil, keep that as well, but send Art, send K-Serato looking, see if you can rip away a couple of extra upgrades here going into the next round of play. It is going to mean an awful lot, and you can see Art, nothing's going to slow him down. 19 kills to the name, and well, maybe he's going to slow himself down as he pauses at CT Arch.
I mean, listen, his openings were amazing in that first half, but this is where openings can be round.
Precisely, and the fact that they don't fall foul to this, right? If they exchange to and go to the force by wars, a chance for Heroic to claw back into things. If they're able to convert again into the follow-up, that's exactly what you want to start off a half. You're already seeing 12-6, you have that 6-round buffer, you only need a few more. You win the first gun round, right at that point, you're sailing. You're absolutely sailing to that finish line. So Heroic, they're going to have to stand up. They're going to have to start delivering here as a unit, and they have to be given some opportunities to do so. So that opportunity will come in the next round of play. This is still light on. Now, Shush has the scout. Ideally, you want to look for a couple of tags, see if you can pepper them up, but you'd expect more of that in the hands of Cadian here. They're not using it offensively whatsoever on this CT side. And in the previous two, there was so much pressure up Banana early. This time round, there's a change. It's 4 players creating a wall over towards second mid in the mouth of mid. K-Serato caretaking towards Banana throughout all of this and being extremely diligent as Art, making sure there's no funny little tricks and games behind those smokes. We'll flush it out. They're not taking any risks, any chances here. Heroic are hoping they do fall back into a B execute. You can see 4 bodies and just poor Yabi tasked with trying to at least do something over towards A with this Deagle in hand. This is curious. 50 seconds left. Art has top mid. They are going back to pick up the bomb. And Caserado and Drop are exploring over towards B.
One thing they cannot afford is a slip up like this.
Pra B mesmo.
Round like this.
Oh, já passou tudo ali, ó.
Got the hard ones in the bag. But it's still threatening. You've got
Pode já rotear nas costas dos caras.
Is missing his first shot. That should be okay now. Caserata will sweep the first under the rug from behind, as you discussed. Art delivers as well. Good tag out of Shush. Caserata and Safe are bleeding, but we should see that bomb maneuver through. That's if the frags don't come first. Only Cadian now. He will be hard cleared. Lovely fight from Yuri.
Esse cara deve tá pedindo pra passar a faca.
Yeah, last man standing. No hope as the bomb does go down in time.
All right, well, maybe even all 5 staying alive here. We discussed that bonus situation.
Okay.
This is continuing to get worse and worse for poor Heroic here, right? You go into this first gun round, you know that they're likely to hold on to a couple of these Mac 10s, which means maybe something extremely fast out the gates here from Furia to try and break Heroic. And here's the issues. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's have the honest conversation in an environment like this where it is loud, when you cannot hear as many footsteps as traditional, a faster play, a maneuver to break the back of Heroic, it may be perfect for them to pull out in an environment like this.
Because we know Counter-Strike is about
What
not
the
even
fuck?
what you say, how you say it, the speed by which you deliver it, how clear it was for us to process and react to it. And there's no doubt that does get destabilized, you know, when you've got this crowd chanting. I saw in the quarterfinal, every time they called a timeout, they were making as much noise as possible to make that coach's job as hard as possible. You know, they're putting out every trick in the book. And what's so exciting as well is there's something to be said about the power of belief. Everyone here believes.
Hold up. Cadian's dropped the orb to Yabi here. He has a good mid spawn, but this is crazy. Yabi's going to go take a mid fight with the AWP.
Across. Oh man, you don't see this one every day.
It's interesting that Yabi, that they've given him that to go for the pick. Sure, I can understand why, but Cadian, does he want that back? Are they going to have a bit of a trade top mid? Because guess who's coming their way?
Yeah, return to Cadian's hands just in time. The smoke down, and
they're very quick on this.
Very quick.
Como que ele vai?
Oh, he's caught out. Very dangerous.
Nossa, ficou
Yabi,
cego, mano.
however, the same. Good on the M4, swung through, maintaining. Yuri trying to fly that flag on long. Yabi.
Boa, Yuri.
Yuri delivers.
It's just Shush.
Nossa.
They're going to come through the smoke, so they want to help him. Shush is on his own here.
He's going to get Molotov down as well. He's safe in the smoke for now. We'll reposition, actually forward position to investigate.
Mano, como que o Cadian não morreu, velho?
Furia back to the drawing board in a 4-on-4.
Cadian's ahead of this rotation, but remember how low he is. 12 points of health. He's going to make it to Coffins. Tessus over towards spawn. There's an opportunity for Furia to have a 4v2 on the B side. Tessus and Cadian have to lock this down, or this map is saying goodbye.
It's Heroic's time to voice any concerns. A missed flick, already they're through into the pool. Tessus lying in wait, locked out now.
Nossa.
Bomb safely across on the back of Caserata. Careful, Tessus.
Nossa, velho.
Drops bullets on that Galil, brings him low as well. And how
Cadê a
are you
granada?
supposed to retake when you're so fragile? Furia could just sit back, relax. Heroic running out of chances.
They have to save here. They have to save. They don't have a defuse kit for any of this. They need to get the reset. They're actually going for it. They're smoking towards top banana. I don't know how they're going to have time.
No kit, no kit. Is this
Eles não vão, então tá tudo miado.
Or they really believe they've got this?
E agora vão.
They're putting it all on the line. All on the line in this round 19.
Chega, cara.
Out of there, boys.
Come on, lads, on the retreat. Katie will catch one. And a second
Quem é
on the
filha
way
da
out the door.
puta,
It
mano.
does work out for Heroic. Perhaps it was all just a performance, an elaborate performance.
Ficou só com uma sub.
Sure, look how far the economy's gotten away from them already. Caserado before the rebuy, 10k, drop 9, Art almost 9, 9 for safe. Yuri still has a Mac 10 in his hands. Right, he can drop that across. Art will say, give that to me, yes please. I want to stay as bouncy as possible. So it's smooth sailing for Furia here. Sure, they lost a couple of bodies, sure them some damage was done, but Heroic, that has to be the first like chop into the tree. This is going to be a long comeback. 4 consecutive now. Yeah, and this is the thing I mentioned, that the maps were only played once by either team in this event thus far. The double orbs being a massive double thumbs up for FURIA here on their CT side.
Definitely. Well, T-side AWP, we get to see how Safe approaches it. Now, he will be catching a lot of flack. Careful on the nades. Oh!
Nossa, velho.
That's something Heroic have done well, right? This utility damage, so continuing to land the perfect nades, but in the fire and the flames. That smoke and force back now. Drop is very low.
Stands alone on this. Locked in by the flame, still throwing cursory bullets down to...
They're stubborn on Banana, aren't they?
Yeah, imitate presence. Now given up, and smokes should be available to halt them.
O cara tá com 3 na A, mano. Dá pra rushar nessa daí, velho. Mano, e eles não rodaram, velho.
Safe on the AWP, Bogdan's Law. Alright, now we can have a bit of a conversation here as they retool back mid to this rerouting, just secure a bit of map territory here. Cadian just knowing he has to play ahead of this will secure that nobody has taken the top mid control. It should free Tassas and Shush to rotate towards B, and I think that's exactly what the captain of Heroic is calling. You can see them relinquishing control of the A site now, back over towards B.
This is the Heroic opportunity. With 20 seconds left, time on their side. They just have to delay this attack. It certainly should be. Yabi, prime position for that frag. Takes down Queserato, holds down his trigger.
Boa drop.
Drops 2. Still running out of steam.
Olha o drop, mano. Nossa. Ai, caralho. Desligou o Windows do Tezes. Caralho. Não entendi, mano. Ele não atirou, velho. Ok, filha da puta. Vai levar os dois ainda.
He said he was the hype man. That's going to get them fired up here. That's a round they should have never won. When you run into a stack, 4 CTs on the site, and you just knock them down one after the other. I said that was Heroic's round.
O drop arrebentou, mano. Isso é louco.
He gets 2 and you think it's still problematic, and then this shot, what a gamer.
Olha, não entendi. Você errou o primeiro tiro e o cara não atirou nele, mano.
He's hyping the boys up. I think he might be smack talking his opponent as well, because this is their pick. And right now, FURIA, hometown heroes, 14 rounds to the good.
And they're going to run over them here. This is the last timeout call from the Danes, exhausting all 4. And they've only got 6 rounds to their name. And I'm telling you, FURIA right now are going to have something extremely quick out the gates. Drop and R, with still 7K to their name, are investing into Mac 10s to keep this one fast and furious.
Certainly furious. You don't need to be buying those cheap SMGs, but they have. And we've seen both Heroic and FURIA add this into their arsenal. Let's see if this pace catches them off guard. Look at Art charging in, running shoes on, flashes are good. Oh, and Heroic melt at the hands of Art. Art is creativity, and creativity is
Nossa, velho. Os caras rushou, os caras não estavam esperando, velho.
Just a drag racer up Banana.
Ah, you saw it coming from a mile away here, that uppercut.
Mano, ele vai dar um ninja aí. Puta, não acredito. Vou defusar, mano. Eu achei que os caras iam vazar e deixar o cara lá.
Yeah, that could have gone very strange. Alright, well, Yabi and Shush will be able to retain their
Ele não acreditou, hein?
FURIA staying alive. But what a streak this has been. Remember, Heroic, they converted the pistol round with the following two to get that 3-0 start, and since then it's just been a bit to patter of
Aqui já
rounds.
foi.
Everything going in Furia's favor.
Primeiro mapa já era.
I mean, it is that collective will. Everyone here willing this team into the deepest run they've ever seen.
Só o Art é louco. Destruiu, mano.
The song they sing, Chad, is I believe Furia will be champions. 16,000 people chanting that. I don't know about voodoo and witchcraft, but that's done.
Nossa, que passeio, mano. No pique dos caras, velho.
He's going to get slowed down this time, so the blender of mid will deal with the aggression and locking him down one after the other. Shush had a chance, but
Não estão clicando, mano. Os caras não estão clicando, velho.
This shouldn't happen. Is this the one where it ends already? A 6 is all Heroic can muster on their map pick in their semi-final. Hey, Serato. He's a deadly warrior. Dropping his util on the walk through the smoke.
Nossa, já passou.
Headshot angle. Has some support in Yuri, who's just arrived as the two Fangs look to take the final bite, the final morsel of this map. Talking it through, bomb ticking on their side. Now that smoke will make life just a little more difficult. But not for Serato. Catches him on the edge of it. Leaves only one time.
Tira a cara. Não dava tempo, mano.
Has to be defused. It's over. 16-6.
Caralho, é um mapa da final, mano.
Maybe we don't understand.
Torcida é loucura. Isso aí, rapaziada. Agora preparar pro segundo mapa. Que é a Nzxt. Pique da Fúria. Esse aqui, por incrível que pareça, foi pique da Heroic. Mas foi um passeio nosso. Se possível, deixa aquele like aí, se inscreve no canal pra dar aquela moral. A gente já volta.
Red Bull te dá asas.
Consistent aggression up with a third, and he's hungry for more. Oh, it's a collateral Zephyr and Leaf taken in one shot. Art is nuts.
proved to bring the fuego, and I mean that this place was on fire. Obviously, FURIA as well. They do secure that 16th and coveted round on the first map of their opponent's pick. Something you do have to take into consideration. We are at the Intel Extreme Masters. It is at RIO, and it is the 2022 major. It is lit down here, Maniac, and also YNK. We got a lot going on, a lot to discuss, and a lot to look over from the first map of this series.
Well, again, we're talking about how will FURIA's opponents come into the game. Will they be able to weather the storm? Are they going to get adjusted to the noise and to the crowd? And it didn't seem Heroic managed to do that. Despite a good start, 3-0 winning the pistol and converting, right? I think there were multiple rounds where you could clearly tell they were flustered, right? I don't think their communication was on point. I think they had trouble like communicating, which caused a lot of panic. People start shouting in order so you're able to hear them, but that raises like everyone's, you know, pressure.
It's an intensity change,
exactly,
right?
exactly.
That's exactly what we talked about in the pre-show. We said the play side of Cadian is one that relies on fluid information and quick decision making. They tried to play this style early on, but they were just stomped by an absolute wall. It started with safe, multi-kills with the AWP from the library. It was then Queserado having the good gamble stack being the third banana. Cadian, tried to play his game, but he was forced out of it by FURIA.
Yeah, and you know, you look at this, you look at the pressure applied here, and it's obvious in the server, right? I think there were many instances and many times where FURIA just outgunned, outmatched, and kind of out even classed that of Heroic. Yanko?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the multiple rounds where you look at their aggression also early, right? Like different ways to do it, whether it was the double up or just players moving around and rotating and getting good reads on Heroic.
Yeah, that double up, definitely something we're going to dive into. Hold on first, though, Maniac. Hold your phone.
Ready. I'm ready.
Hold your horses, too, because we got Alan over on the telly.
Well, thank you, Trez, and we simply have to talk about this round because everybody in the green room was absolutely stunned when we saw this one playing out. So for a little bit of context, all 5 of the Heroic players about to head over and on towards this A bomb site. So jumping on board of Queserado, he's in towards mid, he gets a flash, unfortunately can't find the frag, and seeing this, Heroic are like, we need to go in for him right now. We can get this kill. He's in the open. We can frag him down. And indeed, Queserado is dropped. Next up, it's safe. He says, I need to aggress in. I need to even this scenario. And he's the next to fall. And there's a very big duel here in towards the apartments. Now, a little bit hard to see, but Yabi was just killed. And this is a very important moment because Heroic know that Queserado is dead. He's the A rotator. Safe, he's dead. He's the AWPer, often playing over towards A. It's only Yuri towards this A bomb site. He's the A anchor, and they know he's in towards his apartment's position. And next up, they look to make what is a brilliant call. It looks like they're about to swing all the way up short and just trade Yuri. Yuri is a dead man if these guys just swing out. But for some unknown reason, they hesitate, they slow down, they overthink the situation, mollying Pit when Yuri just cannot be in that area. And by this time, Art's rotated in. He's got a nice angle and a really great crossfire now between him and Yuri. And now these Heroic guys are just going into an absolute meat grinder. So few nades remaining, and they all just get felled one by one. Drop even finds a spam kill through the smoke in towards the library. And I think seeing this round, this is the potentially the clearest cut case of hesitation I might have ever seen. I don't think this happens online in a studio land group stage, even in the legend stage of this major. You would not have seen these mistakes, but up against this crowd in this environment, they blundered and they fell apart. What do you guys make of that? Because this round was crazy.
Yeah, there is definitely some stuff to take away from that. Thank you, Alan. Yeah, round 7.
It's a horrible round.
Just meat grinder.
It's a horrible round. It is a horrible round if you're Heroic. It is the worst possible way to kick off this T side. The score is 3-3. You have a double entry. You have everything you need. You have the information.
Start running. Just run. Just run up short, right? What's the problem here? Just run up and keep holding for this angle from you. He doesn't have time to jump into pit. What are you waiting for? Like, do you think? If you think they're 4A, you're mind gaming yourself, right? Even if they are, you have to, like, you're alone against that one guy. You just need to have someone holding apps, and for all of us in the green room, like, this was just, wow, like, why this hesitation? Especially for a team like Heroic, this is their bread and butter. Trade, run in together, keep trading, and play the percentages.
Out of 2 absolutely possible solutions, they picked the third one that wasn't at all. You could have just rushed straight to short, or if you feel like you've missed the timing, if you have a slither of a doubt that the communication wasn't unclear, just reshuffle the cards. Freeze, go back. What did they do? They smack in the middle, they fall short in the trap in the street. Now when they do the construction, just immediately down in the hole.
Like a pothole.
Exactly.
Or maybe in this case, it was more like a sinkhole because it didn't really come together, didn't really manifest right there for Heroic. Obviously, we talk a little bit about the double ops kind of just tearing up that Heroic, and that's something on its own. We'll start to look towards round 20, guys.
Oh yeah, round 20 was where, I mean, let's not beat around the bush. They were already getting wrecked at that point. FURIA had full control of this game. But I want you guys at home to realize that in this very moment, Heroic have a 4-man stack on the B side with guns. They have all the cards they need. They have all the assets they need. They even kick off with an opening kill. And this is where the clairvoyance from FURIA is incredible. Drop, finds the kill, turns around on the boost. He even gets the trade onto Pillar and then tears completely through the push. You can see here, there, that right there, that's game sense.
Absolutely, he almost expects kind of the boost, expects the setup, but here is just also miscommunication from Heroic. That Stam still fighting, Tess is hiding. Now Tess is what's happening? Like
and look at what they do after this. Look at this, look at the emotional call right after. Art knows he's completely mind-effed his opponents, and he rushes Art with the MAC-10, and that's it. This round is the ultimate middle finger. You can't survive this. It's over, Trace.
And just for context for just the new viewer at home, and they look at that, they're like, why didn't Tessie just pull the trigger? He was looking at the planner, correct? He wanted the planner.
He was looking at that angle, but I don't know how he doesn't see him, right? Like maybe if the model, if he's all the way tucked in, that was just weird because he could have peeked either the planner or the guy covering him.
In between.
And he was like in between. He was hesitating, so that was the name of the game for Heroic in this series.
Yeah, and for Heroic, they haven't made it any easier for themselves. Right now we're gonna head over to Shocks. We had a quick check-in before we do jump into the second map. We discuss it up here.
Well, it's right here that Heroic came off the stage after that first map, and then I can tell you they looked stressed. I tried to get some words out of Cadian, but he was not having it. I asked him, how is it out there? And he's just like, fine, just super solemn, focusing on the next map, and that's all I got out of him. And I think that says enough because usually he is quite talkative, but not in this moment because so much is on the line, and they're stressed. Back to you.
Thank you so much, FURIA. Yeah, I mean, an L is an L is an L. And then we go to Ancient. We talk about FURIA's pick. What do we know about FURIA?
I think just want to say real quick, Cadian kept playing his own thing. Like, he kept playing. He was, again, the highest rated player. So I think the problem is, like, he felt like he weathered the storm, but his teammates really couldn't despite his best efforts, right? And talking about Asian, I think we saw from FURIA, right, again, aggression, just, pack mentality, hitting the bomb sites, a couple of B rushes in there as well. So if Heroic can't do a better job of sort of calming themselves down and putting a stop to that early blunt force aggression from FURIA, this is going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, and I don't know what Cadian can do more than what he has already in the first map, because now you're moving on to Ancient, you're going to start on the CT side. It's not like he's going to lead by offense all the time. He's going to have to trust in his teammate. He's going to have to rely on his teammate's ability to put up a stop, which they haven't been able to do in Inferno.
So let me kick it to you here, Maniac, and let me just ask you about what do you go back to that locker room and say? At this point, you come out here, it's really loud, everything has gone against you in the first map. How do you recompose yourself, psychologically speaking?
Look, I think at that moment you have to realize that one map might separate you from taking the exit. And you have to take all the doubt and all that sorrow you've just had and throw it down the bin. You have to accept. You have to stare elimination in the face. And you have to know that if this is the performance you're going to put, you're going to live with doubts. You're going to be ashamed and you're going to be disappointed in yourself. You have to get your teammate to put up a fight. Loss is a loss, but you have to put up a fight.
That's why we say it's impossible to prepare for this sort of an environment. But now it's happened. You've been in it. You've seen it. They've had some good moments. I mean, the half should have realistically been 8-7. They should have gotten 7 rounds ST. That's pretty good, right? But they've also had moments that they were extremely flustered. So if you're there and you're in that room, you're talking about and you're focusing, okay, these rounds we did really well in terms of communication, in terms of what we did, in regards to the game. So let's do more of that on Ancient, right? It's over, guys. We've been through it. Because for Heroic, these are still 2 very winnable maps if you look at how they match up.
Yeah, and that's what we've got. Our eyes on the next map. Ancient does seem to be that second map, and obviously for FURIA in the driver's seat so far in the semifinal, they want to see the outsiders tomorrow, but will they? The biggest question on all our minds. Let us know what you're thinking. Hashtag IEM. We're going to go to a quick break. We come back. We'll see if Cadian and company can regain that composure, or if FURIA are just going to stomp all over that ass.
Introducing the Black Friday Madness. The biggest sale in ESL history. Special weekly deals just for our fans. Shop now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello guys, I am looking around everywhere at the moment. Over here you can see Lenovo, they've got their Legion gaming laptops out here. A lot of people testing out, playing some games, trying to win some prizes. This is pretty cool though, where you as the fans can get the airbrushing done of your favorite team. Hello, oh, we're seeing people get done. I'm gonna have a look what's going on. Hello guys, all the teams down there we're seeing. Sir, which team are you getting?
What?
Which team?
FURIA.
FURIA, of course, we love some FURIA in there. Look at all the cool logos, and you can get the ESL logo in. Oh, I like it. Go on, let's go, let's go. Da-da-da. He must be doing all FURIA. FURIA? FURIA? Tattoo FURIA? They got to pay me some money for that, baby. So, more gaming laptops, people playing. Oh, dear. We're playing Valorant. Yeah. What's better, Counter-Strike or Valorant, though? Counter-Strike?
No.
Counter-Strike? Oh, he doesn't think Counter-Strike's better. Terrible, terrible human being. Oh, what are we playing?
PUBG.
What are we playing? What's this?
PUBG.
Oh, is it good?
Yes, yeah, very good.
So PUBG going down as well, why not? Oh, I am.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm amazing, thank you very much for asking.
Are we live?
Yes, we're kind of live. We're doing it all in one go. What are you doing here? How are you having fun?
I'm waiting for the FURIA game. I'm having an amazing time here.
Love it.
The Intel stand is the best one.
Lots of games to play. Enjoy, man. We'll keep it moving. Here's a shop where you can get all your jerseys. I think FURIA is probably sold out at this point. Hello, hello. How are you?
I'm fine.
What are you doing today?
I'm waiting for FURIA.
Everyone's waiting for FURIA. Well, it's FURIA non-stop, 24/7. Everyone's enjoying themselves. I'm enjoying myself. Let's get ready for that game.
Me, but we'll see. What an atmosphere!
Well, I mean, Brazilian crowd, right? You can tell they're really hyped up, make a huge difference. So far, so great, right? 1-0 FURIA.
Yeah, I don't think Heroic is handling it that well.
No, definitely not. Like, knowing Heroic and some of the players, they're hesitating a lot. They're not playing good game right now. And, you know, it has to be the crowd factor. They're probably feeling pressure. And, I mean, let's see what comes on Ancient, but usually not a good map for them, and FURIA has a lot of momentum, so let's see how this one goes.
What does your feeling say? Is it just going to be FURIA 2-0?
Well, if the crowd keeps supporting like this and we just keep it loud as it is right now, I think it's going to be a tough one for Heroic. And for FURIA, we'll take it 2-0.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And we're just going to party with these guys. Back to you.
Yeah, you're going to be partying with us. You're strapped in for a best-of-3 semi-final, and with Hometown Heroes, a map to the good. They said there that Heroic haven't handled themselves well. Well, as the desk put it, they've been through it now. They've experienced it. The map is done. I hope that team talk was fruitful. I'd like to see a real competitive one here on Ancient.
I think it's just about screwing your head back on tight, right? Coming into today, on paper, you look at this matchup, Heroic, they are my favorite, right? You come into this environment, well, that changes. It becomes a 50-50. Map number 1 definitely was not. A 16-6 is an absolute hiding on your map choice. And now we turn to Furia's turf, Ancient. They took down Na'Vi yesterday. So they're going to be feeling extremely confident here. And someone who isn't is Shush. He has
Bora,
been the
rapaziada.
anchor on this map. So if they want to test him, well, actually, they're going to be heading towards B on the pistol round here. So straight towards 4. This is going to be Biffy.
It's going to be Biffy. It's going to be a death match. Who's the first to fall? Already one down, another as well. The farming headshots here for Heroic. Art trying to back away. Keserato does go down as well with the ship, and now running out of players. It's Art and Safe running into Heroic one after another. Now, you mentioned his name. Shush gets his name in the feed early. That could be important as well.
Yeah, and it's going to be a key factor, right, for Shush to be online here as an A-side anchor on a map like this. I think you're going to want to stack up as many rounds on the CT side as humanly possible to wash away Inferno and take us to Nuke as that third here. Now, Heroic, I'm pretty sure that they watched the demo for FURIA, and FURIA just ran a very similar pistol, if not the same pistol as they ran against Na'Vi. So that's why likely we see that 4-man B stack coming out. So great reconnaissance there from Heroic coming into this. And it has to be the full eco. No plant, no kill, no extra cash. It is just going to be that 1900 loss bonus, getting everybody up to that 2K mark. Cadian continuing to lead from the front of the pack here.
Well, he knows he can win any duel he encounters on his journey, but this is so early.
Well, the Desk touched on it. He's still playing his game, right? And it's maybe not that the rest of the team they aren't. And I discussed this. Cadian can't shield you from this anymore. Everybody else is going to have to step up and be countered on the Heroic side of the server. And you'd love to get a closer fare here.
Just a very thorough investigation. You can see what Cadian was up to. It means that Shush will be there as well.
Well, look how boxed in they are, right? You've got Yabi up over towards that ledge position. Cadian's actually given them a way out by pivoting here. Maybe they want to use him forward with the MP9 to try and farm some kills, get that extra cash alongside the Tessus. There is a flash for Stown to maybe send over the doors, but I think they're coming through first.
Cadian looking to farm. The whole squad is here, and it is Panther on the menu.
It's actually a lot of damage with just blocks there, so 2 kills. Going to be pretty content with that. They will walk away with the 2 M4s and the FAMAS in the hand, so those MP9s tossed to one side. But a little bit more costly considering Heroic had all the information right there. You'd like to keep that one clean. It's definitely not end of the world, but if you're FURIA in a full Glock eco, you're all right, we'll take those 2, and Keserato will add those to his stats. And now those AKs are coming out, so let's see. What's the bomb site of FURIA's affections?
Keserato is just a threat with whatever is in his hands. So the Glock, 2 frags already. Now equipped with the Kalashnikov. We'll go again. FURIA looking to put themselves on the board early on this attack. Every round a step closer, and every death further. Art's been caught. Stown responsible for cave and captures him through the smoke. There's 2 now holding in on Donut. The supportive flash is brilliant. Does deter the line. And Heroic have to toe the line with that flexible defense. You want to be getting that information, but traveling around as a pack and enabling potential trades. Now, Stown is not one of those. He's on his own here.
Yeah, he's going to drop back now, so understanding the control. And the fact that he's caught Art first, we were hyping up Art for his opening kills on Inferno. But here, very slow out the gates. 3rd round to play. Door smoke is through, but they're all ahead of this. FURIA aren't too worried about being boxed in.
This is a big test for Stown, and Yuri, too good. Will level the odds.
He's one of those active maneuvers. Yabi and Shush surge forward, so does Drop, taking a fight. Cadian and Tessus in a bit of a retake setup right here on B.
Yeah, it's going to be looking like a post plant. Just have to cross the T's, dot their I's, and, well, blind Tessus. Quick one out of Drop, still finding impact into the early stages of map 2. Burning, but bodies dropping. Keserato again.
Cara, o câmera do Keserato tá em dia, mano.
It is a question of when. With Serato in the server, he will hit those headshots.
It looked good for Heroic there. Like the fact that they get that opening pick, Stan gets isolated, sure. That retake setup on the side, it's enabled by Drop to get that kill on the way through. Their aggressive maneuver, it was looking good. The reactive play to what was being offered up, that's a classic Heroic maneuver. Like it's not out of the book for them to go for exactly that. So FURIA dealing with it extremely well here. And that's a T-side round early on a map like Ancient. So a big positive for the Brazilians. Cadian does retain that M4, but that's about it. They are likely to see them forced by behind this. So they want to take a timeout to discuss their options here. So there's Yuri. That's a great shot from him. Drop as well, and Tessus just mauls him, and then Serato just stands and delivers with two big ones, both headshots there. Doesn't feel like FURIA are going to be caught off guard by too many of these reactive, proactive
Serato's actually opted for the Mag 10 this time.
He's going to go out the guts a bit here.
Yeah, why not? Charging, looking to punish. Yabi, full blind, and now being run down, hunted, and he fights his way out of trouble.
Another opening kill here for Heroic. They have to convert one of these here.
Lesser weaponry, but now a man advantage that could have changed. Hard shot, Art reveals himself. Donut pressure. Smoke on top, denies vision, gap on that. Problems now if you do choose to commit. FURIA, shush, unaccounted for. Straight through, good find on the SMG. It's Yuri back, and he's into the site.
They spotted the bomb. They know it has to be the safe play unless they drop all the way. And
Oh, safe.
And now the bomb will go down. It's a deep smoke. Yabi will try and test his luck through. Close to the wall, Yuri to respond. Damn, safe, deleted. Big one. Yabi back.
Nossa, Yuri de lado. Ah, só o drop.
Very promising signs from Heroic's defense now. Only drop. 18.
Só mais um, só mais um.
Oh my God! He's doing the impossible for FURIA.
Olha, cara.
One to find. It's down. He's dancing with it, playing with his food.
Nossa, mano.
This is going to be close to the
Tem
defuse.
kit?
This is going to be awfully close to the defuse right here.
He has it.
E não.
He should have it all good.
Não vai dar, não vai dar. Puta merda. Ai, quase que eu dropo ganho clutch, mano. O menino tá jogando muito esse Major, né, mano? Nossa, ele abriu certinho, mano. É que o HS não entrou nesse último, mano. Ficou com 12 de life.
And they're keeping themselves alive here, Heroic. FURIA with that plant can buy again. Their buy is looking a little bit tidier. Famus and an MP9 for Tassus and Shush respectively.
Loving this.
Fast on to A.
Change of pace. Straight through for the duel. Hard one. Drop again delivers. He refuses to quit. This is not a fairy tale. This is his history and he's writing it every round. Again, FURIA feel the feed. It's safe this time to repel the invaders. Tessus watching from the sidelines. Astound gives it a shake of the stick, but hope dwindling. Utility plentiful. They throw another smoke on, and down goes Yabi. It's a clean sweep. Just one blemish on the record, courtesy of Cadian, but yeah. They'll take that.
They're hunting him as well. Yuri pushing through the smoke here. They want to see if they can remove this from play. They knew it caused some awkward signs, and he's boxed in here. Serato is already in KF. Yuri, he's got Art alongside for this, and Cadian, as he steps out, he's surely going down. Yuri takes it all the way from the Danes, and that was that A pressure. Straight in, A main, take the site, easy as you like. They weren't stressed in that environment whatsoever. And it's been a couple of wobbly moments as we had a bit of smoko vision there. That's how Yabi's death accrued, and yeah, you hate to feel it, you hate to see it. But they just strolled straight out, made that opening kill again towards that CT position. We saw Cadian have a tough time, and now again cropping up in round number 5. And Heroic will force to try and keep these forced by wars on. Hot to trot, fast into mid. Defensive utility, Serato decapitates Yabi.
He is definitely the
Pisou na casca de banana, o Yabi.
Using everything, every trick in the book.
This round's worth 2. This round right here is worth 2 for FURIA if they can convert, whereas Heroic, they're just battling to try and keep themselves that one-round lead.
And yeah, 5-7s are great, especially on mass and in these surprise positions, but with a 4 versus 5.
Ok, cara, não vai abrir, vai esperar passar pra ele.
Feels like their days are numbered here, unless Cadian
Tá marotado ali.
anything to
Vou ter que olhar nesse pixel aí, mano.
SMG. Yuri will be diligent, as will FURIA, who will
Ai, desconfia. Nossa, velho.
What is all Cadian's kept to, and that should be the start of the end for Heroic. Yeah, you can bang through those boards. It's just a 5-7.
Ah, Cacerato, tirou a mira bem na hora.
Prioritization might be weapons, and Shush might lose his or find himself.
Ai, caralho. Entregou uma arma pra eles.
See if you can get everybody else out here as well. Down and Tessus hanging around looking for a little bit more. I'm sure they'd love an upgrade as well here.
Safe passage is CT way. Away from that bomb blast.
Yeah, it feels like they've identified that here as well. FURIA, they're going to rotate through, so trading opposite ends of the map here. Roy give themselves something. Shush can drop that 5-7 or the AK across to Cadian or Yabi into the next round to play, so they can have 4 players with an upgrade. Drop will go down with the bomb. Shouldn't cost FURIA too much here, but as I said, it's meant to be worth 2. Now, if Heroic can cause a few issues, kick up a bit of a fuss here, this was almost a double from Cadian. Again, you know, you've spoken about it already today. You've got to take your teammate out. That damage being done assisted Cadian in finding that frag. It also was a meat shield for drop there to get it across the line. And Exist, once more, trying to be that voice of reason, keep them calm, keep them cool.
A lot of Heroic style hinges on, you know, split-second decision-making, communication, and I'm sure that does feel like it's harder to establish here.
And the individuals hitting shots. You look at this team, it's Cadian the AWPer, the in-game leader, the captain, and then everybody else is a plucky rifler. Like, Stound's the jack of all trades, right? He can do everything. You want him to AWP, deagle, rifle, he can do all of that. Whereas Tessus, Shush, and Yabi, they're all extremely solid riflers, so they need to make sure that they're hitting those shots. If they're having a difficult time doing that, well, that's step 1 to victory.
Yeah, and it could be absent. Mid, quick, art with pace. FURIA continue to keep it dynamic.
And this is the only gap on the map right now, so if they choose to push through this top mid smoke, they're going to profit a lot of map control here.
Especially with them kicking up a fuss. Drops flashing in B. All attention's drawn. They will start to investigate the flank. Okay, just distraction, sound cues. Keeping Heroic with their ear pressed to the wall. Now that's the rifle. Shush is coming, and okay, lots of action. T's have broken through to middle. A smoke to imply it's all lost, all for naught. Keserato to oversee the potential. Wow, quick deletion. Just as Stound braves the smoke, he's taken out.
No commitment here from FURIA just yet. They parked the bus over towards Donut. Art's in spawn. Keserato warding off anybody trying to make their way through that smoke again. Bit of chip damage onto Tessus. Sure, Cadian trying to go around the world to find something. Has been able to find another AK-47, and Yuri will remove Yabi.
Só ele tomou HS, mano.
I think Cadian will want to save this. But that was the only gap, and I'm almost positive on the X-ray there. It looked like Shush was running back, so
30 segundos.
details that normally Heroic would have a great understanding of. But the fact they were so far pressed forward, they had that space. I mentioned it was the only gap at that point within the round. And if you're going to be noisy and leave that space, well, you're going to get punished. I'm not sure how much FURIA heard, but they were more than ready. And Shush was the one with the AK. He didn't even get a chance to use it. So that is a massive issue. And I understand it's just this eco round with a safe weapon, but it's those little details that are going to start to add up. It's not just in the vacuum of round number 7. It's in the context of this entire series. And we saw even on Inferno, when Heroic had made the right info play. Cadian steps out, short side, AWP.
Passamos à frente, passamos à frente.
Entire team towards that B bomb site, and they still lose the round to drop 3K. That can't be happening here if Heroic want to make a grand final.
Let's go, FURIA. Lane Ortega.
On Ancient as well. You know, even in the best of 1s, beating Na'Vi in it, best of 3s. We've seen Ancient work well for FURIA in the past. It's the reason they picked it. But T-Hall already solid. 4 in the bag. Just 7 of play. Heroic are geared once again to the teeth.
Starting 3 mid here to try and deny any of this space that they've been taking. So top mid smoke, sure. Keserato just limps forward his smoke. That keeps them on notice. Yabi needs to be careful. Behind him here as well.
Might see Stound tested as well. As Arts just disrespected the smoke. Stound saves Heroic. And Keserato pulls us right back in. That was a very aggressive maneuver. Oh, under the smoke.
Olha, mano.
Smoke as well. Stound onto
Nossa, drop.
Now he's into the site, but it's not safe. You'd think planting for safe side.
Para aí, safe. Não abre, mano.
Sorry, Cadian's so worried about K-Serato mid right now, but he's actually got all the
Só
way
para
to
a
the
mira.
lane. So if there is a save call from Heroic, they will fall back. Two players on B lane, sure.
What do we do with this?
It's such a tough round to get in, and Shush is going to find himself flanked any second now. Even if he backs off, he's a dead man walking.
Oh, this is going to be really painful for Heroic. You lose a round and you lose all your guns as well. In behind, looking to tap away. It's an exposed.
Nossa, achei que ele não conseguia.
Through the gap. Cadian, the last
Boa.
fall. And Furia, they'll take the round and they'll take it all. Heroic, nothing
O
safe.
safe acordou, mano.
Brought into this next round of play.
Other than pistol rounds, what do you really have to attest to Heroic's name thus far in the series? There isn't a whole lot. It's been scattered gun rounds.
Help us, guys.
Out in their favor here, and this is
Click
the
like
Heroic we know
button.
and love. This is a team with
And subscribe.
boys. They're always so solid as individuals.
And they're always all on the same page. I feel like they might all be reading different books.
Yeah, I think this is that pressure we spoke about, right? That stress being applied. Well, Cadian has a hero AWP. This would be one way to make a statement. He has purchased into this by virtue of that saved AK, but he's going to have to hit some bangers.
Yeah, Chad, it might be that moment when all hope is lost. A leader to remind you what you're capable of.
If they immediately surge towards B right now, they have all the advantages in the world. Sure, they don't have cave control just yet, and they know there's Deagle on the other side, but Cadian to rotate back over is likely in a retake stance, not a forward position. Stown needs to take a risk here.
And that is risky, firing off shots. Into the wall.
Path of least resistance, straight up B ramp. The rotation's
Olha
coming
como ele
short,
passa,
but they don't
mano.
have any info just yet.
Põe a mira, põe a mira.
Faceful of information as Cadian does connect on that AWP. They're hoping on and praying they can see more from Heroic. Furia the opposite as they do push through.
Mano, por que você vai rushar, mano?
By Yabi.
Já tá de pistol, velho.
Still not planted and Heroic are here. They could stumble as Cadian gets
Entendi, mano, o arte ali.
straight through the smoke onto Yuri. The Dane with the only weapon in play.
They're so low, and there's no kit here. Drop in case Heroic can still win this round.
Entrega uma cara de graça pros caras.
5 seconds left on it. If Heroic make this attempt, it's going to have to be soon.
Off the flash. Drop safe from it. K-Serato does not have eyes on their corner. It's smoked, it's fading, but they're pushing through. Furia need a multi. Heroic deny it.
Olha só, mano.
Recovered round.
Great round. That is a fantastic round.
Play. Look what they
Nossa, que vacilo. Essa aí foi Sedex total, mano. Entregada.
themselves 3 AKs for free. And a fourth round on top.
And as Cadian again with that impact, right? You see, almost goes down. He takes that initial peek, finds the kill down towards the B ramp, finds another through the smoke. So the in-game leader for Heroic stepping up again, but he had patches like that. Similar scenes over in Inferno. You'll remember with the AWP picking them over towards top banana. This is the smoko shot from Cadian. They're great onto Yuri. Right, he's just taking pot shots, hoping they push out, and Shush didn't even know they're all dead, right? So you can see it is quite chaotic over there for Heroic, but that is a really nice round for them to win. And obviously with the reaction from the crowd, you can understand that the skunk at the garden party, that it makes a lot of sense here, but that, you have to say that could be the one to get them back into things.
Fast. Shush immediately tested and deals with it while blind. Needs help, doesn't have anyone apart from Cadian lying and potentially.
Eu acho como ele vai. Caralho, esse. Olha como ele vai, mano. Vai de fininho, mano. O bicho é foda. As costas, desconfia. E a C4. Eu tô DX2, mano. Vai estar os dois miados. E a C4 tá lá no canto.
Stown's working too. Given up his donut position.
You see how many unknowns. Stown's worried about a flank from B right now. You can see how diligent he's being with these corners. If he can get across while this smoke is up.
40 segundos.
The temple position, but just on the fade, you can see.
Stown's responsible. This is nice. It means Tessus can focus on what's in front of him. Now that smoke might deny.
Smoke, mano, aí.
30 seconds now.
Ah, você tá vindo nas costas já.
Sitting duck, deleted again. Quick headshot out of Stown. But it leaves it all onto safe. No time, but he's still hitting shots. A one-on-one. Tessus forward around the smoke, looking to strike on the low HP. He's got it. Perfect. From Tessus. And what a recovered round out of Heroic.
Yeah, and if it went either way right there, the conversation would have been Shush did his job. He got one and put enough time for the rotation.
O Ort jogou certinho, mas ele jogou C4, mano. Aí ficou lá no, ficou uma posição ruim para os caras conseguirem pegar lá e voltar pra plantar.
Not so much, and this was really well handled by Tessus and Stown here. Fantastic work for them not to overstep, because these are the situations where you want to get peaky, when there's all this noise, when there's all this momentum against you, you want to take a risk or two, and that's a great round to win again. So Heroic, off the back of that, well, yeah, Heroic, KD and AWP have been able to post 2 consecutive rounds here and are stabilizing or looking to do exactly that on their CT half. Another buy available here for FURIA, but this will be the last of the cash, and then they'll have to take an eco. And you see Cadian trying to keep things pretty nonchalant, pretty casual, and he's going to have to keep that charade up for his teammates to at least have them believe.
Yeah, just eyes on the monitor. Treat it like every other game.
Stown stepping up here as well, and he's in one of the most key positions on this entire map, playing Caves, right? Obviously, there is a big part of that retake situation, but if he keeps going with these opening exchanges, he's going to find impact for Heroic time and time again.
Very aggressive from Tessus. He pays
Caralho, que louco, mano. Tá rushando a Molotov, mano.
Cursory shots just to tickle on to drop.
There's no real util left for FURIA here. So if Heroic are able to hold them at the door for now, the late round execute will comprise of a smoke, a molly, and a flash. Coming through the smoke and a timing.
Oh, Archie, man.
The backup is down, and the shot from Cadian lands.
Oh, they got the hook in the cheek there. FURIA just clamping down on the bait in cave. Down reloading, Tessus not.
Só que tinha cara mirado fundo, né? Ele fez o barulho ali pra ver se... Nossa, o safe, mano.
And safe is going scavenging. Look at the speed by which he wants to retrieve. He's going for it, got it, and posted. Not ready for this though. 2 about to peek through, try and clear it out, and he does let it go. It was a great Deagle headshot, but I'm afraid it doesn't lead to too much more.
And this is looking more like Heroic. They're understanding the situations. They're playing more as a team. It looks like communication now flowing, and more of that. Yabi will spot them pushing through, and Shush set up for great success. He has looked away, but the bomb will be denied. And it is just K Serrado, the last man standing to fall. And a tiny one here as now 3 straight. I think the biggest streak of rounds Heroic has had is 3, and that was from the pistol round and conversions from Inferno here. So if they can make this 4 now against what should be a very light investment of FURIA, they've course corrected, because this was looking a little bit worrisome for a while, but this is much more like the team everybody at home knows and loves.
Yeah, I mean, it would be doing a disservice.
Oh, they're forced.
To Heroic, and they did.
Okay, well, it might just be... There's a couple of options here. It looks like they're going to go for an A execute. So 3 players going fast. Shush is on his lonesome. That nade deep. Oh, it's a molly. It tickle damage, but they're still coming.
He's got to be ready. He just got to bring the fight to them. Through the smoke, but through the fire, through the brimstone. He can't get anything more. Yabi does drop on the jump. Art has got the...
O Art já vai. Ai, caralho, os caras não tem informação dele, mano. Já tá desconfiado. Ok, né? Ih, vou escutar o safe correndo. Ai, caralho. O Tesa está procurando ele ali, mano. Ele tá desconfiado. Põe a mira, põe a mira. Olha. Eles já se ligaram no jogo dele.
Forced by, wow, around that KD and AWP, it's done an awful lot to get them back in things. An awful lot here. You can find the pivot moment within this half so far.
Oh, 100%.
So the win of the half should be almost assured here for Heroic, right? Now you see FURIA relinquish control of the economy. Just go for a half by knowing max loss bonus into the next. There's a big conversation, is 5 enough? Well, how many the Heroic want to get themselves up to the double digits? Stray shots through the smokes, down under pressure. Now.
Problems! Big problems! Cadian's going to run down as well. On a light buy, FURIA are looking to completely flip the script. Art goes down. It's Shush that tries to hold on to the round and has done so magnificently. Info aware of K Serato with just $700 pistol to his name and 2 likely to peak him. His read of the play is great. And Yabis puts him away.
They're playing off of each other so well now, Heroic.
Ficou de bom tamanho, tirou 3 armas.
Jiggling into each other, taking the fights. It's not necessarily buddy-buddy shoulder system of trading, which was once upon a time to go, but it's making sure they're in positions to clamp down together, and that's going to force the second time out of FURIA here, who can get back into the buys. Now, it was an extremely costly round. It shouldn't have been this close, but it's great to see Kaden continuing to deliver when he's under pressure, and Shush as well. So if you're starting to sow some seeds of positivity for Heroic, these are all starting to go into that big column with a big tick.
Vamos torcida, caralho.
Now, FURIA have had a fair few different looks.
Os caras gastou a voz tudo ontem.
When you're looking for, you know, what little remains on this attack, what worked the most? They've walked into A once very successfully, second time not so much.
Agora, mano, agora é retomada.
The gaps that they've been able to find, right, that just exist.
Like that mid one?
Yeah, precisely, and that was against a lower buy, so it's going to be hard to replicate something like that now that Heroic have all the goodies they require. You could just go back into something a bit more standard.
Ganha esses dois últimos rounds aí.
Yeah, well, he's not too interested in a full default. Instead, he's going to go knock on
Onde o Kaiden tá, mano? Puta que filha da puta. Nossa senhora. Já treinou esse mapa, mano. Já tô achando costa.
Safe here trying to chase the tower of Shush that has been able to get past towards spawn, so Safe aware that this is a possibility.
Nossa, bem cara.
Hasn't really got to use this off. That's his second shot and his last for the round.
O corpo ali. Não sei como ele não atirou nesse corpo ali, mano. Se fosse eu tinha atirado. Abriu o scope bem a cara de defunto na frente.
A 6-row streak against them, right? The fact that this is now piled up, the pressure shifting in a different direction. Sure, they have the one map in the back pocket, but once we make it to Nuke, that's anybody's game. They lost it yesterday against Na'Vi. That was the map they dropped.
Competitive one. Heroic exciting on Nuke as well. Will we see it? Wow, that's a lot of nade damage. Will Tessus build upon it? The answer, a resounding yes, and Stown is established. More damage out of Tessus, one by one. They tumble into Heroic and sprayed down to a scrap of health. They've got just
Nossa, 16 de vida cada um. Cadê C4? Nossa senhora, não matou, velho. Nunca acertou só o pó, velho.
Looking for answers. Shush the same. Utility dry.
Os caras tá com 100 de vida, mano. Pra ganhar isso aí é impossível, mano.
And health stacked against them. Cadian, this cut of the noise has got him nervous. Both there. Easy as that for Shush. And a 10-round haul.
É, agora pega o segundo half, mano. Jogar bem de CT. Tá bem difícil esse mapa aí.
When we return.
Rapaziada que tá assistindo, deixa aquele like, se inscreve aí no canal pra dar aquela força, aquela moral, pra gente continuar trazendo live com essa qualidade aí pra vocês. Dá aquela força. É, Pedrão, agora ganhar o pistol. gente tentar recuperar isso aí, mano. Esse aqui é o segundo mapa, o rei das prévias. Caso eu vá para o terceiro é Nuke. O terceiro mapa é Nuke. Os caras com o boneco do Fallen, mano. Cara, essa é a melhor chance que o Brasil tem de ganhar um Major, mano. Depois de 6 anos do Major da Alemanha. Vocês têm noção, depois de 6 anos, cara. Com a SK Game a gente tem a melhor chance agora de ganhar um Major de novo. Cara, mas esse mês vai ficar marcado pela torcida. A festa que a galera fez, é louco. Acho que os caras nunca viram nada igual.
If you're on that attack on Ancient, it can feel very hard to post, but 6 is all they need, Chad, to take us to Nuke.
Let's go, FURIA. Bora ganhar esse pistol aí.
It's like a fast mid play here. Over towards Donut, and they're actually going to take their time with this. Shush with you till at the ready if required. You can see him maneuvering whatever the team needs. An info push down B lane. Hard to take the info early and mollied out of position for now. Or at least mollied back. A defensive smoke means boxed in towards Donut and not the Krispy Kreme kind.
They're pushing him. Oh my god, that's the chance and the frag. K-Serrano one back and it's even trades.
3x3.
All day, 3 on 3. Bomb. Fake. Tez is not so sure. You can see there is a lot of doubt right now as to where FURIA resides.
Shush isn't ready for Yuri coming around behind main here. This could be the difference maker in the frags. If Shush doesn't turn around, if he goes down, if he gets picked.
Nossa, o cara viu ele? Será? Acho que não viu, hein?
Essentially 3 1-on-1s. Yabi, is he going to expect drop?
Ah, ele voltou. Boa, drop.
Tessus gets it back and Shush wins the fight. It's all on safe.
Safe, okay.
Nossa, mano, deixa ele não.
They're going B. They're going to drop back and go B here.
Is he working it out? No, still just going to sweep through the angles.
Os caras foram pro outro bombe.
If they go up through red, they're taking the fight to him. Safe's just called the site somewhat clear. 30 seconds left.
This is weird.
30 segundos.
No armor. And they're coming for the safe route back.
Será que ele vai escutar? Estamos procurando ele, mano. Ah, ele não vai esperar o cara parado ali.
Accelerating towards map 3 with a good pistol.
And we had concerns about Shush. Take a look at the top of the tally right now. 18 kills in total, leading the team, leading the server by leaps and bloody bounds here. This was handled fantastically well after that foray, and this is where it got dicey. Right, the idea to
Esse close range não ficou legal pra nós, mano.
Very, very risky maneuver for the Danes, but it will pay off and they get both pistol rounds here. The recipe for success. that 5 being enough for FURIA, well, you start to doubt it.
Especially on the eco. This one looks like 12 all wrapped up with a bow on it. Nice flash, doesn't catch down, and he's going to have a lot of love of frags in the round. There they come, 3 and 4, and it's all
Nossa, entrou um de cada vez na mira do Verstappen.
Lovely injection of confidence
I think he heard me. I think he heard me say Shush was at the top of the table because now it's down is, but you know, the padding. There's that padding right there with the ecos. He'll take him, he'll love him, he'll lick him up, and now Heroic. Looking to knock him down. FURIA, they can get the buys through, but there's 2 Mac 10s. Yabi and Cadian can accelerate with these. We spoke about FURIA going for those uppercut type maneuvers.
É, guys, tá difícil, mano. Tá difícil esse mapa aqui, hein?
Interesting.
Se não ganhar agora...
Very noisy. Very noisy. Whether that's deliberate remains to be seen. It certainly does seem to be the case. Look at the way they're moving.
Yeah, well, it's easy to draw an A rotation, even if you just show a little bit of leg. So, 2 players on that A side. Case Rod and Art safe towards top red. Yuri and Drop in a relatively passive B stance right now.
So Cadian's going to deny mid-info. You see that jiggle from safe? It's going to be useless. He wants to get a nade on their strafe.
Might be too late here.
Yeah, a bit late on that one. Misjudged. Info, though, goes both ways. Cadian crawling, showing a lot of face and lucky to have gotten away.
Mano, como não matou esse cara, velho.
They showed A main pressure and mid pressure. So right now, this has to be respected from FURIA. They've even started to clear out top cave. Everything you want and more here. This is looking like a home run for Heroic. They're covering all their bases.
And now you just got to run it home. No messing around here. Smoke out, smoke exchange. Okay, that might actually limit things.
40 seconds, still time to pivot back towards A here. Cadian trying to listen for plays. You can see him now highlighted by our ops team, listening for any rotations with that Mac 10 in hand. Feels like it has to be B now.
Yeah, our hit wall, K-Serato still temple. Smokes are fading, second barrage of utility in. And upon this fade, it's Shush to try and open up. It's Tessus with a headshot. Yuri, okay, in the corner, down goes Yuri, and round surely slipping through their fingers.
Cadian's so disconnected. He was playing for the save right here. He was waiting A this entire time. Art looks like he's coming for this K-Serato too, and Drop, he's still in position to find fights.
Deixa o Chega agora. O cara tá esperando ele já, o Jabi. Olha essa arma, mano.
Beautiful stuff here, and now Cadian, his positioning previously may have been perfect. Tessus, did he see them slink away? We're trying to cut them off at the pass here. Yabi wants to have some more damage done. Tessus will be the one to get the kill and call that 13. This looks like stomps on your opponent's map choice. Is getting stomped out. Should be K-Serato. Isolated now. He gets 2 for his troubles. Cadian finishes him off, and let's see if he... Oh, he can't. All right, the round had ended. He was going to see if he could find himself a rifle there.
É, galera, eu acho que...
That's not ideal,
Acho que
but
foi.
the end of the world. You take the round over the weapon, I believe.
Nice one out of Tessus, and he built upon that as well.
A Heroic joga bastante esse mapa também. A FURIA picou esse mapa aí, a gente tava confiante também. Mas é um mapa bom dos caras.
Has nothing to celebrate in this one as they continue to lay down the law on the Mac 10s. No helmets in sight. And Yabi seems very well drilled on that SMG. Will take an upgrade courtesy of Art.
I don't see how this gets out of control.
Yeah, this is just a walk in the park, leisurely, strolling in to the unguarded A site. They've even got a contingency plan in Yabi. Yeah, sure, you can investigate, but unless you hard clear those boxes, Yabi should have you. Already takes down safe.
Might go down from above here. Yuri's coming.
And he will. Nice find from Yuri. Still, 3 versus 3. You've recovered a rifle. You've recovered an SMG. In fact, make it 2 AKs. So I feel finances might be making the decision for FURIA here.
Yeah, sometimes you got to do it by the books. You got to listen to the accountant here because there was that flex M4 fast down mid on Ard, and that's why they went for the reconnaissance mission. So Yabi got to hold on to it momentarily, sure. Get 2 kills for his troubles. FURIA, well, now down 14 to 5. Will at least have something potent to work with into the next. Now, Art got dropped that M4 from Drop, I believe. I wonder if Drop will drop Art the Mac 10. Now, that's a lot of drops in one round, but I'm sure you followed.
Yeah, you wait till we start having players called Gun, Kill, and AK-47, and that's how we lose our mind.
Well, we're going to run out of names eventually, so could be a possibility here as poor FURIA have to sit back and stomach a 30-second timeout to discuss, hey, is this even possible? We said, is 5 enough? Well, so far, it's not looking like nearly enough.
Cara, você vê como são as coisas, né? A gente passeou no mapa deles, agora eles passeou no nosso mapa.
We're back in the game now. We're back in the series now.
Those 5 rounds from FURIA were in the 8 opening rounds. It has been a long time between drinks. $11-round sprint from Heroic.
And remember, the catalyst for all of this, Cadian's hero AWP, a round they never should have won.
With smoke bangs galore, it was gorgeous. Now it seems like Heroic want more to take it to Nuke.
So many smokes used already here. Cadian has 1 available for the late round, and we're still at a minute 25, so it might just have to be a pack roll mentality and try and maul them out here. Now, look at Art's position towards Donut. He's playing he was playing ahead of the Donut position. You can see he wants to flirt with the fight, flirt with some info. Right now, FURIA are in the dark.
Yeah, completely blind, no idea. Serato will throw a couple of bullets through that smoke. Safe to do so by virtue of the silencer. Art to be molotoved in. Or out as he strafes out into Stout.
A gente tá perdendo trocação, mano.
Safe has to be the hero, but he can't even get to the scope before Tessus takes him out.
Aqui acabou.
Down and out as well. This is too good. Heroic have done too much, and they agree. They agree. Yuri, drop out of there.
This is the simple side of Counter-Strike. When you looked at Heroic on map number 1, right, they just weren't hitting the necessary shots. When they even had the correct stacks on the bomb sites, they were just out of line. There was some whiffy moments, even early stages of Ancient, where they were taking those long-range duels over towards A. They were just missing shots that they should be hitting, and now they're hitting absolutely everything. So Heroic are back in a big way.
And do you know what the most promising sign of all of this is? Not only Heroic maybe going to give us a banging third map with FURIA, it's Shush and Stown are clearly handling it with an environment like this.
And when we get to Nuke, they're going to be equally as important here.
Right. I mean, some of the most influential riflers on the team. Tessus as well, he's been hanging out, holding his nerve.
And look, it wasn't that Stown was a non-issue throughout the Legend stage, but he wasn't the Stown that we all know and love. He is, if you're going to pick anybody in the team, meant to be the superstar, but so far in the playoffs, he's finding that form that we expect from him. Final timeout exhausted here from FURIA. I think they're waving goodbye to this, and the big red button, the emergency
Pedro vai ficar pra Nuke.
pulled back out. But this must feel good. You're keeping the crowd relatively silent here. You bounce back from the drubbing on the opening map.
Your opponent rinsed through their timeouts. They've got 5 rounds to boast.
Yeah, and this is the thing. They're the favorite here, right? They're the ones where it goes the other way. All these people have come to see you win. And you could disappoint all of these fans right here, right now, within the next hour of play.
Yeah, it goes both ways. When there's so much noise, it's the absence of it that becomes the loudest. You realize, guys, I haven't heard them in a while, and it's because this map, you've given them nothing to cheer for. Does that lead to a spiral?
The 13-round streak to close, that's impressive. That is impressive stuff.
They used to being framed as the baddie. Well, this is definitely looking like a very good map from Heroic. 1 round to go. FURIA requiring a monumental feat if they want to do anything. Flames at his feet, careful, safe, down to 50. On that Molotov. Fullback AWPing, it's still a hard fight for anyone that wants to brave the Cave Avenue, and it does seem like Heroic are considering it. Yabi will be thrown out mid-util, but this is the fight. And it's Yuri that takes it. Safe combines. Heroic losing bodies. Don't have to commit, but Serato alone on that donut side.
Good space here for Yabi to work with.
Só que ele escutou ele passando.
Prepared for someone so forward. Yes, the smoke is there, it implies.
Olha, você viu?
They're formulating a plan, but it's been disrupted. It's Serato that stops Shush. As that plan came through,
Os caras estudam nosso mapa, mano.
stubborn, and it seems so of FURIA. They will not relent, they will not bow, or give you any single round for free. You will have to take it from them. And Tessus, well,
Nossa, ele não viu o Cacerato, mano. De nada.
Okay,
well, the panic button works.
Yeah, and sure, it's a blip on the record here, but this would be quite the comeback from FURIA to make this possible right now. It doesn't really feel possible. There's enough money for a heroic buy, and they're going with these cheeky plays here. I can see more Mac 10s being purchased up as we give you the highlight reel. I think that was an important kill from Cerrado to understand where the bomb was trying to transition within that mid-round. The fans are getting pumped up here, but watch them sit down quite quickly as these Mac 10s shred.
Yeah, we saw FURIA use it to great success. And
Boa.
playtime cancelled by Cerrado.
Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Definitely not shredding anything right now, getting shredded themselves.
I'm sure Valve loves seeing these SMG buys into the guns. Their 5D chess of having every weapon used.
Trying to buy some space for Shush here. Donut smoke will land.
Okay.
I was going to say if Art tries to play ahead of it, but don't worry, Safe is ahead of them. And now in towards B, Yabi's going to limp.
7th round. Acquired.
Cara, tá meio tarde pra gente reagir, né? Mas... Cara, se tivesse reagido dessa forma uns 3 rounds antes... Nossa, cara. Só tá meio tarde pra reagir.
It's alright, you can buy a new one when the heroic win the next round.
Well, second time out here for the Danes.
It's a bit chunky over on the money side, isn't it? I mean, it's just it's a bit of abacus work.
Yeah, they can sort this out quite easily. Tassus can drop a gun to Shush. He's down to be able to buy himself something. Caden even into the AWP here, so shouldn't be too many dramas.
FURIA wins, Felipe. Estamos torcendo pra isso. Vai dar tudo certo.
Uphill battle for FURIA to take this back. Then they'd have to go to overtime. Then they'd have to convert in overtime. And you wonder the energy that you're going to use here to try and get yourself there. Is it going to be worth it come nuke? Well, let's see. Cadian posting up early with the AWP. Nobody on the cross. You can see the smoke that they've dropped gives him a little bit of a gap to deal with that deep incendiary. And they're actually going to use this to usher themselves forward.
Yeah, and I mean, they encountered an AWP once. Not to be this time. But the supportive flash leads to a great first frag. Again, Cerrado is opening up into mid. He nearly takes 2. Art now will fill the gap. They're in trouble. Heroic do recover. Nice from Cadian. Hunting down his drop. Big frag through the smoke to deny. Aggression from the defense.
Oh, spotted there. Shush almost had a key piece of real estate over towards Temple, but Cerrado has noted him, so he has to drop back here. Yabi and Shush left on polar opposite sides of the map here. The bomb is marooned in middle.
How do you dig yourself out of this one? Yuri will likely have an opportunity onto Yabi if he continues to hold this position. But they don't forget where that bomb is idle.
Os caras vão guardar.
Drop responsible for a whole lot here. Shush will Molotov drop out.
Oh, it's deep. Yeah, that's a one-way. That should be it.
It should be. That's very nice. You can use that one way to stop, unless Yabi gets it first. 20 seconds, what do they do?
Os caras querem avançar, mano.
This is the shot we were talking about. Yuri, aware they're going cave side. You can play the ramp, stop the bomb, win the round. And extend play as backs are turned and bodies are dropping. Trying for the plant. Right Safe will save them. From an
E aí, 50 tons. Cara, esse mapa aí, mano. Os caras botou no meta, mas eu sou muito mais a Cobblestone. Queria muito que ela voltasse. Era um mapa top.
So that spree of rounds, I believe it was 12 consecutive to get them up to 15. Now they've been slowed. FURIA putting together 3 of their own. Some light investments to keep us somewhat interested in this, but FURIA not giving up hope just yet. So
Será que rola um comeback? Difícil, hein? Se qualquer errinho aqui já era o jogo. Os caras tem que ser perfeito, mano.
You got to handle this by the book. You don't want any extra bomb plants or frags. If you were truly to forge a comeback as ridiculous as this one, this has to be handled with grace.
Yeah, precisely.
Pode crer, Pedro. Acabou, era muito top, mano.
Now it's just Cadian. It was just Cadian. All right, one more for the double digits.
Que é isso, Vlad?
Double orb still equipped, still effective. Ever since we've seen them whip it out, we haven't had Heroic quite yet rustle their jimmies. Art posted up in mid with K-Serato in support.
Where's the Navi, Vlad? Where's the Navi?
Yabi forward of the Flames. Conversation being had for the setup. Safe with his AWP on B. An AWP apiece. Geeky, and it gives them that full control. They have the knowledge. The phase one of Cave is theirs. Yuri, 50 HP off of that nade. He will stand his ground though. He has safe to rely upon.
See, nobody's overstepping the mark here. Very passive from FURIA. Heroic are just waiting out all of this util. They're hoping for an overstep. It's not the same getting all the map control they were looking for, at least the presence of mind. And the bomb's starting to drop back now with 40 seconds left. Yabi's looking like he wants to sell this fake over towards the B site alongside of Scout. They can smoke left and right at the site, and there you see it deployed. It hasn't forced a rotation. Art's still here.
And he's ready for you.
Porra, mano.
Art is good, but Shush so much better. Back to
Vai, Cacerato. Boa, garoto. Boa. Agora retake, mano.
Is this still on? Cadian equipped with the AWP. Yuri going round the world. 2 to knock on donut door. That's Shush. With that AK.
Fala trade, fala trade.
K-Serato slipped the net, but he seems aware. Shush, eyes glued to the screen.
Tá ficando difícil, velho.
Time's ticking, safe is fragging.
Boa. Vamos lá, só mais um. Boa. Dá tempo, dá tempo. Tá com o kit. Para. Mano, se rolar um comeback, velho, aí entrega a taça. Pode entregar a taça.
Nobody rotated towards A. He was the closest member to be able to do so, right? So you had Arc close main, you had K-Serato top mid, and the other three were committed towards that B side because of the fake. This is the shot from safe on Acadian. Gets traded out, but K-Serato and Yuri, the Fangs of FURIA, delivering right here to get to that double digits. With the plan, Heroic get themselves a little something to work with, and this might have more pace behind it.
It looks like
Nossa senhora, a nade, velho.
Look what they've done to them. Yuri kept sleeping. Didn't realize Tessus had slipped through. But the nades, the flames have put Heroic in dire straits. They've recovered the AK that Shush brought through. Onto the now.
Mano, o negócio é não rushar, velho, que os caras tá de pistol.
And drop one's answers here. Now
Volta, volta.
could find a big headshot.
Isso que é foda.
Another. Oh, and he gets it onto safe. This leads us into a very kooky mid-round. Strap in. Things are about to get funky.
Yeah, this is a classic Heroic here. They tend to send one member out aggressively. That's Cadian going for space, and Tessus might quick caught in the back.
Nossa, velho.
Cadian's fun and games is
O Tessus desligou o Windows dele, velho. Nossa, tá em choque, velho. Foi que nem um bot pegar C4, mano.
There might only be 5 people that didn't believe that. And they're in the center of that stage. Heroic still. Many win opportunity. Already posted 15. It is just the elusive 16 that has passed them by 6 times. 6 opportunities gone awry.
It's a good couple of kills, right? But again, the context has to be.
Mano, quando eu vi o drop rushando ali embaixo, velho, eu achei que ia dar ruim, mano.
For the lost bonus to come through to get the full buy now. They have a couple more opportunities in rounds like this, and if they keep planting the bomb, they'll get a whole lot more. So that's something that Heroic you have to keep in the back of the mind. They get a lot more chances to swing for the fences in an environment like this. But that sinking feeling for the Danes, it has to be creeping in round after round.
Ah, calma, a chance é grande, hein? Os caras estão sendo empurrados aí, os caras estão em choque da Heroic.
Starting to get hungry for it now. Everything you could need to post a single attacking.
Tem que acreditar, mano.
Keserado's not stopping. He's actually taking a lot of A main aggression here. So this is going to give them early information right here for FURIA that nobody's coming toward A whatsoever. Only 2 players on B, which is the change up from the last few.
Olha, na hora que ele picou, ele tirou a cara, mano, na hora certa.
Pulls the smoke out at the very least.
Yeah, they're just trying to block to buy time. If the rotation is safe, has to come back. That's a conversation they're having now. They're leaving him towards Donuts, actually Art and Drop. Like ships in the night here. Maybe an exchange of utility. And sure, she might get caught off guard by this. Keserado forward.
So far forward.
Boa, KS.
Ready, willing, and able. 25. Safe already in the feed. Heroic. This heavy investment.
Olha a cara do Kadia, mano.
Piece by piece out of the server.
Ela tá em choque, velho. Tá em choque, mano. Agora.
Looking to recover.
Os caras estão sem dinheiro, mano. Olha, mano, queimou, filho da puta. 4x2. É só para a mira, mano.
There shouldn't be anything more to be said. Already information flowing, but it's Keserato. He's a problem. You gotta get through.
Já viu? Já era. Morreu. Caralho, ele pegou na ponta do dedo, mano. Olha ele. Nossa, ele conseguiu guardar, segurar a arma ainda. Rapaziada, deixa aquele like aí pra fortalecer o esquema. Vamos acreditar. O Kadia tá em choque.
It's not ideal. Certainly, in contrast to the previous, Heroic's chances are lessened, but let's see if FURIA can teach him another lesson. They're running into him though, but you've got to remember who lives here.
They've got smokes available. They can smoke Donut, they can smoke CT, they can molly backside. Is that the preference right here for Rogue? That's the big question. Keserato has a flash. He will not be able to extinguish. You can see that smoke that's been used to block the top of main. The question is, will this free up a rotation? Drop is starting to make an info play down B ramp. So how quick will the penny drop? Apparently, pretty damn fast. Art's here as well. The cavalry has arrived.
They took too long about it. Keserato and Art then. A donut lean for the defense of A.
It's full contact. Where's the util? They're just going in dry.
They're hoping Katie can make space.
O KS tá deitando quase 30, ô Luiz. Quase 30 pro KS. 26 kills. Olha, o bicho tá foda. Nossa, mano. Puta, mano. Caralho, o cara botou a mão na cabeça ali, achou que tinha dado ruim, mano. O gringão saiu loucão na da smoke, mano.
take ourselves to overtime.
Look at him, just handling business. This dude doesn't sweat, he doesn't shake, he does not give up. 2, look at this, the third on this. He even catches a tag on Serato. Let it be known, he got down to 50 HP. Yami went for something absolutely absurd there, but we go again.
I think in this string of rounds, in the rounds part of this comeback here, I think there's been only one opening kill that Heroic have been able to get. I think they've just been blanked in that regard. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot to work with here. If they can find that opening kill, that could be the catalyst to things starting to unravel here for FURIA.
But from who? With what? Tech 9? FURIA digging their heels in deep. Unwilling to succumb to
Agora,
the
mano.
Danish attack. Game plan set. Will it be match? Or will we see the full 30 rounds of regulation? Flash, no, still hits the shot.
Nossa,
Down
mano.
goes 1, down goes 2. Hold your horses. Safe has to save him. And
Boa,
he's
Safe.
already in shots. Needs
Tira,
to-
tira.
Safe, sensational.
Não, não.
Smoke, they catch him on the weapon. It's Serato hunting through.
Caralho. Ah, achou na smoke, mano. O cara de Tech 9, mano. Quase deu bosta.
Where this young Dane breaks the hearts of a nation.
2x1, mano. Das mãos. O cara tá miado, velho. 16 de vida.
Smoked off. What's the react? Do you go for the bang?
Desconfia, mano.
Serato, hyper aware, another smoke on the bomb. Nothing for Stown to work with. If he could just find the defense.
Boa, porra. Ai, o Cacerato salvou, mano.
32 kills for Serato.
É o nome da partida, mano.
He will not give up. FURIA are still in this.
They were so close there, Chad. Safe.
Cara, mas essas Tech 9 nesse mapa apertado, mano. Bagulho é louco.
For a moment, the Danes may have thought it was in their grasp, but FURIA, they stash it again.
Olha, salve, mano. Achei que ia dar ruim,
The
mano.
savior they need. As we go to a full 30, can they hold on to this rope for one final round and we go to OT? Or will Heroic, after all of this, still have enough in the tank? All it takes, as you discussed, is one opening kill, one player on this Heroic side to get the better of them. And this house of cards of hype will come tumbling down, dispatching Cadian early towards the A-lurk.
Might have to be a bit of a Heroic classic here. Find yourself in a mid-round 4A and then play
Like a drop of you.
see if you can play ahead of FURIA here. It feels like Cadian positioned over towards A main is there for exactly that. Again, this cave presence being felt. Safe is on the line here to make sure that he can detect any leaks. And they're just starting to rejig. Yuri backing him up. We've seen this one before.
Counter util. Shush on the corner. Safe burning down off the place of that Molotov. Has to be replaced. And
No.
caught out on the switch. A quick trade back. It's Safe that keeps things level. He had to hit that. Permanent knock-in. That's another smoke.
Bomb's going back. It's a classic Heroic maneuver here.
30 segundos, mano. 30 segundos.
Art has not moved from Donut. Cadian's
Ai, caralho.
Serato's gonna spot him.
Ok, ele já passou. Vai, KS.
Cadian's caught the hero with his trousers around his ankles.
4x3.
This is cheeky. Art slaps him in the backside and says, no, you don't.
Yuri's
Also
still here.
knows. Tucked in the corner, Stown on the ball. Okay.
Para a mira, para a mira. Boa, caralho. Bater, porra. Sai do chão.
It was written in carbon. This was going to nuke. But the power of the crowd willing it into existence.
A breja, chegou a breja.
10 straight rounds to go 15-15.
How does that not throw you off? You were on 15 forever. And a FURIA just got hit.
Mano, os caras fizeram, se eu não me engano, foi 14 ou 15-5, mano.
Oh dear. I feel the power struggle slipping through the fingers of Heroic. They have to shake it off.
times se formam com grandes líderes. Ok, vamos nessa. Preparem-se. Líderes que inspiram você a se superar.
Cara, se os caras levarem SOT, mano. Se levar SOT, pode entregar a taça. Os caras estão predestinados a ganhar isso aí, mano. Cara, depois de 6 anos, mano, no Major da SK, essa é a melhor chance que a gente tem de conquistar mais outro Major. E os caras tão muito confiantes, mano. Cara, tanto de gente nesse estádio, mano. Eu acho que os gringos eles nunca imaginou que o CS tinha esse apoio no Brasil. Pode que, Ronnie. O Caneco. O Caneco tá esperando nós.
Eyes on the prize. An incredible comeback, a turn of events that leaves us still in ancient overtime. $10,000, MR3, first to 4, and FURIA within touching distance still of a 2-0. We thought Nuke was a certainty, Chad, but we've had a reality check that Ancient is still on.
The score was 15-5. Heroic had a 12-round streak to get them there, but FURIA, with 10 consecutive of their own, level things out, and we go again.
Let's go, guys. OT. Bora que vamos. Vamos que é nosso. Bora pra final. Vamos acreditar.
Yuri already on the prowl. Forward defense of lane. Now that smoke will not last forever. They'll have to tuck in a little. Flash to their face on mid, looking for the fight, yeah, and oh, safe! He is alert, he is able to find an opening for FURIA. Drop's got another head. Tessa's still there, they want to fight them.
Nossa, ficou bom pra nós isso aí.
You will not leave with your lives.
A Molotov. Tem que sair. Você viu o que ele fez, mano?
That is a seasoned play right there.
Ele se deixou queimar pro cara achar que ele não tava lá. Quando o cara desistiu de tirar a mira, tirou a mira, ele foi e picou o cara. O drop é muito inteligente, mano. O Art. Caralho, os caras, mano. Já era, mano. Os caras tá confiante demais, velho.
This is when we're in the era of youngsters, the academy, the next generation. He's the author for the team, showing that he's doing it on the biggest of stages. Yesterday was a good
Está linda, cê é louca.
Contributing yet again. He's trailing Cerrado, sure, but his orb is being felt in the server right here.
Rapaziada, deixa aquele like aí pra fortalecer a parada. Vamos acreditar na Fúria, vamos confiar.
One more, they'll tie things up with just the amount of rounds that Heroic had. And remember where that heroic spree of 12 started. Cadian with a hero AWP.
True.
Feels like a lifetime ago now, but do they need him to be the catalyst again to get them back on the board? They've forgotten what winning feels like.
It's been a long drought on this T side. Heroic literally scratching their heads. One round feels like par for the course on this 3-round attack. You want to post one of them.
The problem is for Heroic, it feels like nothing has worked. Right? These later stretches, you don't even remember early with the rounds that you got away with. There's no time to take stock, take inventory, and recall how were we able to manifest that magic number of 15. And this is a different look from FURIA. They were playing passive over towards B throughout. Now they are taking liberties. They're extending. They're playing in the B lane. And this is a whole new onslaught of decisions that Heroic have to deal with.
You can see it's really...
Look right now. We're at minute 20. There's 4 players. All 5 players are still in spawn deciding where they want to go, how they want to finish. They've dropped out of cave smoke this late. Yuri's just going to sit in it.
What a brilliant way to counter Heroic's mid-intentions by taking early lane.
It's just a change up here that in that 2-minute break that we had where that discussion must have been at the top of the list. Let's throw something they haven't seen. Let's keep them guessing.
Oh my lord.
Nossa, quase levaram o cara, velho.
Down. Smoke towards the window. Heroic need to find some ground, and it's parking Tessus here that will be the first step in that direction.
They're reading them so well. This forward presence on B lane has now netted so many players over towards A, but hold up a second. Something's got Art moving. Cerrado and Safe are still here. So it's a 2-1-2 split as Tessus takes this mid space. Safe's a difficult individual to flush out from that line.
He's got the angle. Can he post the frag?
Tira. Nossa, mano. Vai cair assim.
Into the double. Into the site is down. Bomb to be planted. Cadian posted for Art's crawl, and now that time is ticking. Gets him on the jump. Hits down Art. Cadian making the difference now. On that aggressive AWP drop, and Yuri remain, and Tessus, the contingency plan, they're not expecting this. Oh no, they certainly are now. Rips their health away from them very low. Heroic, this is their round, and they're just confirming it. Yuri hiding in the corner, but that was the elusive T round. How long did it take to get this one?
What was that? 11 straight. 11 consecutive here is no time on the clock. Yuri's going to go down with the ship here. Might want to take a couple with him. Down also. He's going to fall, and Yuri, as you can see, removed from the opening kill and the follow-up. The AWP from the in-game leader again. This guy is not the emotional self that you traditionally see because he knows that he can't win this fight. He has to do it in the server. And that's the impact. Sure, it might feel too little too late, but they're not out of this game just yet. We tie things up 16-16, and finally, the streaks have been broken.
Presence of mind to jump to clear the corner before the peak is masterful. Last round of Furia's defense. It's been a very successful jaunt on the CT side. Oh, and Art, talking of jaunt, is going to walkabout. Cadian is prepared for that. Here's a second T round out of the question. There's only one way to find out.
You can see this is deliberate pacing from Heroic. You don't want to be running through the Flames, the util. You also want to take some of this momentum away from FURIA. Have a slower start. Allow them to sit there and stew in their own juices for the first few seconds. They were the ones just riding this high, this momentum, trying to close things out. Well, now they're scrapping to keep themselves in it again. They are on this more favorable side, and we know that they had their own struggles on the T half. So you mentioned it, a 2-1 split. That's what FURIA are looking for here, but the same can be said for Heroic now. And once more, they're testing A, K-Serato, Art, Safe. They're all in touching distance of defending this site.
K-Serato's been a thorn in their side on this site, but he has Art to take contact first. Nades barraging in. It's still K-Serato.
Oh, guys, ele sempre tá naquela posição, mano.
Condemned. You can try. The remaining two. Doogie put up a fight. One from Cadian.
Ah, que isso, vai me mentir, mano.
The newest addition to Heroic. Demanded
Não pode mentir, velho.
18 seconds. They know where you are. There's nowhere to run.
Para, amiga, para, amiga.
Oh my goodness. Yabi is threatening. FURIA up to 17. They got their 2 defensive rounds. We swap sides and we go again, but again, K-Serato never seems to have a problem on those A commits. Yabi's been getting close to some miracles recently.
Oh, his rounds, right? They brought him into this team to be that X factor, the player that can step up in these moments, and he's been so close. Can he break through? Well, speaking of breakthrough, send out the tip of the spear. Send out the sharpest tool in the shed. The man that's been dropping almost 40 frags. He has so much space to work with here. Sure, the smokes, they shroud him for now, but remember this gap. Remember this gap from earlier in the game. They were able to pivot against Shush once. Maybe they can do it again.
Cadian attending to it. He's been spotted out as he dips through. Bates and Shush gets the first frag. And Cadian as well will oblige. Yuri gone, relinquishes control of that bomb involuntarily. And K-Serato's forward on this. And he's so scary for a head-to-head duel. Tessa strikes his line. Successful this time. Safe still. The only member of FURIA left to go. One missed shot. That's how it goes. Heroic, they need to match. If not, do better. Can they lock out FURIA?
It's going to feel rough knowing that you allowed this to go from a 15-5 scoreline all the way back into OT. Sure, but a win's a win. In a semi-final of a major, Heroic, they've been to the quarters, they've been to the semis, they have never been to a major grand final. And the same can be said for FURIA on the other side, but they've already done one better. The last 2 majors for FURIA, they only made the quarterfinals. They're in uncharted territory right now.
Never mind on home soil. Shush, a deep incendiary or Molotov is beaten by Yuri's rush. A second place, well placed. Extinguish. This implies pace. Cadian has to deal with it. Does put drop on the dirt. A quick one out of the Zilpa. He's racking him up. His 2 of the shots necessary. Safe on the rifle, dips away. Frank back, still limping off FURIA. Very attentive defense. You can see how quick they were there to support Cadian. Things will slow down upon that smoke.
You can understand why they want to hang around and see if they can catch anybody overstepping the mark here, because they don't have anything to reinitiate this fight with. It was an all-in, and this is for 18. Cadian's done a great job to get them 2. We're into the mid-round right now with plenty of time on the clock, and Heroic are the ones answering the questions.
O jogo tá pegado, Kawa.
They're calling this clear. Tassus is still playing passive over towards B. Stown has relinquished this A control and has joined the pack. They can surge around the map here if they want and search for any information.
And it's so smart as well. If you keep the majority of you in mid, you want to get that bomb down and very quick to react to Stown's call.
Só tem um lá.
It's Stown that will be that first contact.
Para, mira aí, Safe. Para aí, cara.
But they might not get it first. Stown might be the first to take the fight.
Dropped off.
Oh.
Safe. Eliminated.
Yabi's flanked. There's no way.
Yeah, they're going to get the bomb down, but that might be all they have to celebrate. K-Serato around the smoke. Deleted.
Era só arte.
Having a go with 4 hunting down. Quick
Muito difícil, mano.
Heroic, first 2 out of the gates. Now, this is where things get interesting.
This is their 11th chance, Alex, to close the game. They had 10 before.
Yeah.
They bought themselves one more.
One more chance, otherwise we wipe the slate clean and we go again. A very high stakes round of Counter-Strike. Safe equipped with nothing more than a scam.
The T-size woes are coming back to bite FURIA in the arse here. This is a risky play from
Pacey. They're putting it all on the line. All on the line. This map hangs in the balance as it's traded out. Case Dorado. Right up to. Safe connects.
Safe. 2x2. Ai, tá estão nas costas. Ah. Vai, drop. Traz essa pra nós, drop. Sabe onde tá os dois, mano. Gira pra lá. O cara ele dá a volta nas costas dele, mano. Puta merda.
They're so far ahead of him.
Heroic should have it. Nuka single kill away. Resilient.
Ah, rushou.
He's brilliant and so are Heroic. Holding on. In the face of adversity.
É, galera, vai ficar pro próximo mapa. Passou de ter levado pro OT, já foi uma grande vitória. O jogo tava perdido. Mas o comeback foi top, nossa. Deu muita esperança, mano. Pode crer, Vini. Mas a Heroic veio muito preparada pra esse mapa. Cara, essas duas kills na smoke aí, mano, foi muito mentirosa, velho. É porque o KS ficou muito naquele canto, mano.
Jeg er stadig dobbelt her. Okay. Jeg kan godt nu forbi Molo. Så gør sådan her. Køb mig 10 Ali, og køb mig 10 Ras.
O terceiro tem que ser nosso.
Teresópolis, sabor leve e marcante.
O terceiro mapinha tem que ser nosso. Agora é pra Nuke, guys. Os caras mostrando os caras jogando na Nuke, como é que eles jogam. É esse que tá passando, é a Nuke. Tá passando no trailer. Terceiro mapa. Olha o twists. Cara, esses meninos, eles são de normal, eles são muito baludos, esses moleques, mano. Tem que reconhecer que os caras são bons também. Bora se preparar aqui, pegar uma bebida, um negocinho pra comer. Daqui a pouco tem mais. Esse seria o último mapa. É agora ou nunca.
Who grabbed this second map, they send us in a nuke, but first and foremost, you gotta applaud FURIA. They stay ahead in the game, and of course, that did give us a lot more of an entertaining finish to that one. 10 rounds in a row, was it?
Yeah, 10 rounds in a row to make that comeback, and before that, Heroic was a 12-round win streak of their own, last 7 of the first half, first 5 of the second half. This game was so reminiscent of the Cologne Grand Final, Navi versus FaZe, right? Yeah. On Ancient, 12-3, 12-3 back. FaZe makes that amazing comeback only for Navi to close it out in first overtime. You're thinking, couldn't you guys have done this sooner?
Yeah, I mean, at some point that does pass the mind. Obviously, Maniac, you look at this. What's the neutral take, though?
No, I ain't not going to be neutral. I don't want to be neutral for
Fair
1
enough.
second, Chase. That's not what we're all about here. I'm just absolutely gobsmacked that Heroic could actually close this.
Yeah.
The fact that they could close it. We all had the same feeling. We all had the same thought. We thought they fucked it. That was it. That was completely it. Listen, they had everything they needed to close it. They allowed FURIA to catch on fire. Art found his footage.
Yep.
He found the rhythm. K-Cerrado had, what was that? 18 to 1 kills in these 10 rounds. 6 multi-kills. It was completely crazy. And yet they were able to weather the storm and push us to our third. That in itself is the strongest testament to mental resilience that I have seen in quite a while.
Yeah, okay, so Yanko, let me kick it to you here. When we go to overtime, does the game start to stabilize out more?
If anything, I think what saved Heroic was once you get to, when it hits 15-15, there's a 3-minute break. And they can kind of talk things through. That's when things die down a little bit, right? Like while FURIA is making that comeback, obviously the crowd is going wild for them. And then you have, like, you're able to say some words, exist as well, Cadian, and kind of figure it out, right? Because they had to start on that T side themselves, and that one round proved to be crucial.
Yeah, and I'm sure we've got plenty of rounds we could reflect on here within the game itself, you know?
Well, Trace, listen, like this game was it's streaky, right? And you could see it against FURIA, like in this sort of an environment. It's all about them not gaining momentum and you stopping them, right? So take a look at some of these rounds, right? Like this is where FURIA, after they lose a clutch, they call an A rush, right, immediately. And they just kind of want to use the pace against you. And it works out this first time around, right? They obviously win the round. Second time around, not so much.
No, absolutely not. You're correct. Look, the entries are here. You will see from the side of FURIA, they get the trades, they get the side. But this is where things start to go wrong. It's a virtual 4v2 situation that it will allow Heroic to come back into. This should have been the moment where FURIA put Heroic to bed and gathered control.
And here's the problem, right? So of course after this, you know, you're going to force again, right? Like they only have a player or two alive. You still have good economy. You can buy your guns. That's all right. Like that makes perfect sense. The problem is, after you do that and lose the round, that's where it gets tricky, right? You can tell this was very close, safe. He had a chance, and now look at this round, they only have 1 player alive, right? So FURIA forces up again. What's going to happen after that is, well, Heroic is going to have 4 players alive at the end of the following round. So then you're forcing again, now they're out of reset territory, and you're forcing only with MAC-10s and pistols, and that's a round where just in freeze time, based on weaponry and utility, there's a massive advantage to the side of Heroic. And it was after this string of 2-3 rounds, they didn't look back anymore. They stringed together all the remaining rounds and managed to get a very strong 10-5 first half, considering the start.
Yeah, and considering the start, you know, also people looking for Stown, I think we found him in this map, undoubtedly.
Completely. Bounce back from Stown, bounce back from Shush. I just wanted to say, Art basically, just like Icarus, flew too close to the sun and burned its wing. That's what happened here. Listen, you can apply the same philosophy you had on Inferno. Yeah, we're all about aggression, we're about rhythm, we're about pressuring. But the question is, when, in the context of the game, do you do that? If you're 13-5 up, you want to apply pressure, it's fine. Here, as Yanko just mentioned, there was no necessity for Art to put himself in such a position. Such a all-in move, if you want to talk poker for a second, and Kari behind them, such an all-in move that just put Cadian on stride for this map.
And you know, Shush, we have to point him out. He turned it around really from map 1. I think he got his first kill in round number like 9 or 10 in map number 1. This time around, a completely different story. Tons of impact for him, and definitely led the way here for Heroic.
Yeah, he goes 25, 23 over the course of the map itself.
It calmed down a little bit.
Yeah, you know, at a certain point, I think you're exactly right, Maniac. You're talking about take that deep breath, refocus, and recompose yourself for what was eventually overtime.
And it is very much a human human emotion. It's a human state of affair, Trace. The fact that Art and his comrades, they can feel like they're close to the grand final. They can feel they're here. And maybe, just maybe, you want to get too quick there.
Dude, 39 and 21 and 18 of those are in a 10-round comeback. That's nuts.
It's 15 multi-kills.
Oh my
It's just
God.
crazy. It's like every time you're watching Serato and people come to his like site, he just gets 2 kills. Like 2 kills are almost a guarantee, and there's maybe even more coming in there, right? It's just insane to have a player that's so reliable time and time again.
Serato was basically the Danish tax. 50% of your kills, you just lose your way across. That's
right
it.
out of the gate. Yeah, check it out. The numbers, they don't lie. Not in this case. Serato was on the case, but ultimately it fell just a little flat there for FURIA towards the end. With this series, though, now we're back to an equal playing field. It's kind of like going overtime. We go to a third map. Tell me about it.
I think if you're FURIA, you had that terrible loss on map 1 against Na'Vi yesterday, and you still managed to come back. I feel like you just talk it through in the same way. You say, hey, we lost both pistols in this game. It's fine to say maybe we made some questionable decisions in the first half in regards to the bites. We still managed to come back with 10 rounds in a row, right? Like, it's a marathon, not a sprint, and I think in this sort of an environment, FURIA has more stamina than Heroic.
And you know what? I agree with you. The only problem that I have, if we do the comparison with Na'Vi, is that at no point did FURIA just miss out on closing the entire game versus Na'Vi. What they did is they lost the first map, sure, in a disappointing way, but then they bounced back. They got that momentum into third. This is different here. They were very, very tantalizingly close to the grand final, just to see the rug being pulled from underneath them. That requires a different level of mental stability, which they will have to display now.
Yeah, and that the stability has to come out on Nuke. We talk about strengths, weaknesses. We know the aggression can be there for the side of FURIA. What are you looking for, Yanko?
Trace, I'm looking for this, right? So Nuke is a map where you can call a lot of stuff out of freeze time. Even, you know, if it's, you can just say, let's throw this wall of smokes outside, send one guy down secret, and then we're gonna pop A, right? That's something that you can say in freeze time where there's not a lot of noise and everyone on your team knows what they're doing. I'm saying this because we say how tricky communication can be in this sort of an environment. That can make it a little bit easier for Heroic when it comes to playing their T side. And listen, I just look back and how well they've played on this map throughout their tenure, you know, under Cadian and so on, and how much variety they have on the map. They are probably feeling rejuvenated after being able to fight off the comeback and close off the map. So if I just look at CS, I have to give them a bit of an edge, but I don't like how flimsy this closeout. Like they have had to have closed out this map earlier for me to have confidence, more confidence in that.
So close for FURIA, they could almost taste it. Maniac, we don't have a whole lot of time left. I just need to know now that we've arrived at Nuke, where we're going to end up. Oh boy, we got him.
Ah, man, I'm really conflicted on that one.
The romantic, what do you think he's going to say?
No, you know, I was going to go for Heroic, but you know, to hell with that guy. To hell with that guy right here, right now. Listen, I think that Art has showcased enough. I think he's earned his stride here, and I think he's going to find the words for his teammates. Because the toughest part that he has to do now is tell them, listen, I know we just missed the grand final, but don't worry about it. Just be patient. It's right there around the corner, 16 rounds away. He has to put his teammates in the right mindset, and I think he's going to do it. We're going in.
Yeah, we're definitely going there. We do have Nuke to decide to separate these two teams in the semifinal. We're looking at FURIA or Heroic to join Outsiders tomorrow in the grand finals of the major, of the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2022. We cut to a quick break. We come back, and it is Nuke to decide it all.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
What are they doing? They're not finding the bomb? No.
No one's
No.
Oh,
there could be absolutely no way.
This can't be real. Oh.
No, G2.
Holy shit.
This can't be real.
Oh my God. Oh, it's happened, the curveball.
They've gone and done it, right?
A new addition to the map pool, Vertigo.
They need to find a way to get these kills and get on that bomb very quickly. And now it's all falling apart.
coming.
The Greeks are coming.
Oh, wait! Maybe more!
Oh my goodness. An 11th for Woxic. It was 6 in a row, and he's got 2 in a row. 4, 7, and he's got 5!
Complexity taking down Astralis 2-0.
Watch the event on Twitch, watch it online. Products closed.
He needs a multi-kill. First found. Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. He's hitting another one. Simple. No. Simple. Unbelievable.
There's the first, not bad at all. There's the second, it's working out.
Let's go next time. Katowice 2020 champions. It's Norby.
you can see, the crowd is going wild. They want to see more CS, but obviously they want to see FURIA win this map. FURIA! FURIA!
Well, if there's one thing Nuke promises to be, it's explosive, Chad. We still haven't got a grand finalist to join Outsiders. One single map of Counter-Strike to determine whether or not this fairy tale story of FURIA really has any legs. Fairy tales are called that for a reason, because they're fictional. You know, you can't live it, you can't do it in real life, that's not how it works. FURIA have pushed us to 3. His exceptional performance on map 1, Inferno, leads us here after a very close call on map 2. Chad Birchall with the weather. We got FURIA on CT, Heroic on T.
And this is the question, right? Who's got enough gas left in the tank here? There's one team that has a whole lot more to play for as far as this crowd is concerned. But
Bora, Fúria. Bora, bora, bora. Agora torcer, rapaziada. Tem que ser nossa, essa tem que ser nossa. Let's go.
Yes, the new changing of the guard. New names rising to the top of Counter-Strike, and here comes Heroic with their signature bunny hop ramp take. Straight in.
Well, it's not the best of block smokes from Art here, but they've gotten exactly what they wanted, Heroic. They forced that rotation down to deny information, and now back towards Yuri's domain.
Yeah, he's got the perfect weapon for the job. I mean, dual Berettas, 30 bullets of mayhem. Can he find any madness? Ooh, only one Glock bullet. Straight to the face, drop tracking, needs Tesses. Tesses is hitting everything. Two into the top side. Nice snap out of save. Breaks
Que isso, o cara rasgou o Yuri na porta, mano. Meu amigo.
Cadian considering his options. They're actually dipping down the vents. Safe and K-Serato are going to be a bit behind on this. Now, K-Serato seems to have pieced it together. He's going for the ramp side with Safe. Now, Safe plant from Cadian. Will he get out, though? K-Serato
Tem dois meados.
menace. You give him a chance, he will take the round. Oh, wow, Cadian, long range on the Glock, on the descent, tapping away from K-Serato. 3 to find and limited time to do it. This is impossible. They're going to play with him. Look at Cadian, teasing him on the door, on decon. And Cadian now suddenly forgets how to open it. Oh, he's teasing! Cruelty from Cadian.
Very, very well handled.
Porque ele joga muito, né, mano? É louco. Cara, é diferenciado.
And that's going to be 4 out of the 5 pistol rounds thus far in the series falling in favor of the Dane. So that's a massive, massive positive.
Did I hear you correctly? 4 out of 5?
Yeah, it was only one that's, wow, FURIA have been able to pick up here.
Most people call it a coin toss. Heroic up against the odds in that one.
Full eco from FURIA here. They're not going to take the force by Wars.
Well, they know that they're no slouch on a Mac-10, these boys. So.
Yeah, and this one here, as you can see the ramp stack, it looks like they will just walk out onto that top side. So this might be one of those rounds where we don't see an awful lot of action here.
Good to talk about this Molotov now.
Yeah, this will clear out the top beam above Hut. Depends on which generation Counter-Strike you're from, but you can see there as they have their flight past the bars are burning, and it is key to point out the consistent positions that CTs play, right? When you're watching the demos and you're trying to dissect, hey, where are we going to bully? You got those stack nades, you got the mollies to make their life a little bit more difficult. If you can isolate a player who likes to play a consistent position and deal with him, force him to uncomfortable territory, that's one way to get yourself a big positive.
Which comes back to the human standpoint of Counter-Strike. If you take a look at someone's demo and you see the 3 or 4 positions he likes to adopt, and then you make it really uncomfortable to be in them, you know, and then it's a question of what have you got now?
Yeah, and look, the Dust was talking about
não vai sair pra farmar.
Like Nuke, you can call a lot out of spawn, right? So you're going to have your set smoke wars, you're going to try and play where the gaps that get provided. Well, here comes the clash we have. Stound's going to farm up a couple. It's just all the Mac-10. So that right there is the fruits of the labor they were looking for. That's maximizing the round in favor of Heroic. There with the bomb going off, the Mac-10's getting the kills, and now the gun round coming out for FURIA.
Now surely this
agora.
When you know they had a Mac-10s, at least 2 people filled the feed.
Bora pro armado.
You know you're up against them as a CT. Surely you're anticipating something pacey.
You're anticipating it, sure, but what are you meant to do against it, right? If this is a top pop, you need to make sure you have your Hut and Squeaky mollies in place. But even if that's the case, they can extinguish, and they will more than happily throw their bodies on the line through the flames into the fight. They don't even have to approach the round like that. They can do a standard smoke wall and take the space and use them in close corridors. So that might be the option here, as we do see initial foray of utility. There is a smoke wall deployed towards Yard. I'm going to fly over there and see if we found ourselves with a gap or not, because that is key information. Yeah, they didn't stick the landing right there. They didn't commit with all of the smokes. But either way, they're poised at the ready for a top
Fica aí, drop, fica aí.
Yeah, re-smoking Squeaky. K-Serato wants to focus most of his attention on that Hut push through. You can see he's very vehement about keeping hold of that part of the map. Now here comes Heroic's Ezcap. You've got the molly on Hut, smoke on main, and it's go time. Drop to receive them.
Nossa, ficou cego, velho.
Still in the rafters is Art, taken out of the equation. K-Serato and drop though. Massacre 3. It's safe to finish the
Boa safe, porra.
That's lovely.
Wow. Okay, that's the first gun round. Wow, that's a bonus round, but that's the first round for FURIA regardless here, and that's a nice one to win. It's crazy with drop right there. He cops the flash right in the face. He knows he can't drop down because the flames are behind him. Tiptoeing on the top of the silo right here, and then profits with 2. That combination great, but up the ladder comes safe and closes things out.
It really could have got away from them there.
And it still can, because even with that round, they took a lot of casualties. Their buy still slightly broke with an MP9 and a FAMAS against Heroic, who had the bonus. They have 5 AK-47s.
Smokes are in good, but look at this. Oh, the Brazilians just bring fire into the mix. Safe, unable to really contribute as they do dip, duck, and dive into the lower side.
Oh, they're trying to catch the tail of this, but Quesarado goes 1 for 1. Safe gets a kill as well. 2-on-3 situation.
Yeah, he got the dink as well, so Cadian's really, his ears are ringing, and he's now dead. Yuri makes sure of that. Out the door, Lancing Yuri, big frag back out of Shush. Can the 1v3 manifest? A smoke and a plant, a good way to do it. And he's allowed himself safe passage off the site by virtue of the smoke, playing around it instead. Spotted him. Teammates likely screaming above you. Shush slinking away. And back to turn. Both of them.
Caralho, sabia que ele ia sair na costa dos caras, mano.
Against FURIA.
Whoa. Just silenced the entire arena right there with that play. They didn't expect that one to come at all. They thought he had relinquished control. This is magnificent work from Shush here. He's continuing that fantastic form. It was great on Ancient. It was a key figure. He was missing on Inferno, but he's here to play.
What
and
an
that one means
appropriate name.
a lot.
What an appropriate name, because Shush did just silence Rio.
They just took that fight. FURIA are obviously using this situation to their advantage with those type of biffs. And this time, Heroic are coming knocking towards ramp.
Yuri already bloodthirsty onto the first. It's still Shush. Hitting shots and more from Stown. 2 down. Cadian gonna come knocking on that top side. Wants to check and have a little litmus test as to how it's feeling. It's feeling fine. It's feeling groovy because topside is there. Stan will get that bomb down. And this one, yeah, safe. Quesarado, good luck, have fun.
Yeah, this is a break round, so they have to try and retain these rifles right here. Cadian already on the hunt. This is a key component of the game to make sure that FURIA can't be a threat into the next round of play. And unless Safe hits this, even if Safe hits this, it's going to be hard to hold on to your goodies. You've still got about 25 seconds of that bomb remaining here.
Oh, Cadian makes Safe think twice about holding such an aggressive line. What a drive-by.
That's a fantastic shot there. The Quesarado can still get his hands on this potentially.
You can try.
And they haven't pushed down looking for him, so he might actually get away with this.
No harm, no foul if he does.
All right, he is going to pick it up in the final moments. They didn't want to risk it just in case they were holding on to that tightest of lines, so they will retain the AWP. Now the question is, where is it going to land? Because maybe Art says, hey boys, chuck it over here, I'm going to do something crazy, something you've never seen before. Or they're going to leave it with Safe and try and buy around this. Now, they can get themselves in a massive hole here if they do full invest. It wouldn't be advised. It would not be advised at all. So they've taken it a little bit more considered.
It's still Art-esque to go for the SMG around it. He believes in Safe and he believes in his ability to combine with him.
They don't know if they saved the AWP because nobody kept eyes on it. So that's a big question mark right here. Well, actually, not a question mark. It's not something that Heroic should be expecting.
I mean, they're heading yard, which makes perfect sense if there was no AWP in play, but at the moment, Safe otherwise engaged. Wall of smokes from Heroic. Still a strong start on this T side. Cadian, good catch. We'll have another smoke to deploy. It's a forward wall. Tessa's established control onto that main roof. Down going to be the spearhead of this descent to the secret steps.
Safe's removed from the round here. Completely removed. He needs his teammates to get a couple of kills to make this one even interesting. And if they lose the site, he's probably going to save here.
Yeah, but that Art SMG, he chose to invest. Well, now he can do his utmost. Yet to frag for the leader of this FURIA pack. And Stown deletes him. Out of the round, problems for Safe. He might want to get that AWP up the ladder because the rest are going to fall into place. I say that as they're coming back. Oh my God, oh my God! Quesarado gets 2 on a P250! I'm sorry? What is going on? Yabi into top site, detached from Cadian.
Who's on B right now with the bomb.
I mean, the ladder, it's not accessible with that access point.
But Yuri's down ramp, so at least he's hot on the trail, but there's so many issues here. It's essentially 2 one-on-ones, and Cadian's been spotted.
Should still be Heroics if they can just stop this walkout. Yeah, drop's gone. Yuri loses his potency. Threatening round, and it's off Serato, the hero of Ancient. Well over 30, closing in on 40 on map 2. And it's never been in question is the Brazilian individuals. Many have made a splash on the international stage. Serato is, however, the most exciting.
Yeah, look, he has the sidekick of Yuri, right? And he's been contributing fantastically as well. But you have to levy so much praise to Serato. It's just a massive multi-frag guy. He looks phenomenal in a lot of scenarios. And yeah, this round right here, you see how it starts to unravel, right? That orb comes down, it scares them back up. They run into Serato, but the thing that was the most interesting for me in that exchange was Drop almost shot a teammate, which means that they're losing track of what's going on.
Right.
So they are able to get the purchase in here. You mentioned Art on that SMG. Well, that means he has to wield yet another.
GG Elias.
By design, but still not off the starting line. He does need to start drawing blood. 5 is a great haul from Heroic's T side already.
I think it's going to get a lot worse here.
Yeah, it feels like it. It's in the waters, isn't it?
It's just the pace of the game that Heroic are approaching this with at the moment. They're really just letting FURIA sit and... Yeah. Okay, that's the boost. We've seen that plenty of times before. Maybe Yuri heard the scope.
Yeah, but he's got to get past Yabi first. A great opening from the new addition. Goes wide, forced away. Safe has to play the long game.
It might just be a save.
I mean, it has to be if you don't get anything on your lobby crawl.
You've got one player down towards the lower deck, but it's Art with the SMG. And sure, if he can get you a kill or two, it makes it somewhat enticing, but then you find yourself in a 3-on-3 here. He needs more than that, and he's pushing for exactly that.
He's taking a gamble on the door. Back turn to the other access point. Good timing on this. They're not ready. Could be 2, only 1. But Stown clears out safe. That was one of the rifles remaining. And, oh, lobby held, drop, lets it go. And Stown's more than happy to take the duel. Head to head, come to me, let's go.
And it's perfect understanding of the situation. Heroic do not commit to the lower site when there's so many unknowns. They know that they have a player in top A. They come on the ladder, they plant the bomb. And here's that save that we discussed. So 6-1 in favor of the Danes here. It's difficult again because of the massive spree that FURIA were able to construct to come back and take us to overtime of Ancient. But I think right now you have to talk about the elephant in the room is the fact that FURIA are on the CT side, right? This is the easier of the two. So if there was any hope that the fans had for them to bring things back, they need to start whirring into action now, and it's already feeling way too late. I know that we're only 7 rounds into this game.
Yeah, but with 6 under
Cara, o Art precisa entrar no jogo, mano.
You'd be setting the marker at the rest. I mean, FURIA do have to tighten their laces, button up their shirt, and play flawless Counter-Strike from here on out. And it's not pretty in the finance department either. One of the accountants just quit. Not happy. Jonas Arena trying to will their boys into action, but Heroic undaunted, unfazed.
They've gone with something which resembles a buy. Art's invested, Yuri and Safe haven't. Drop and Serato with residual cash. So 4 of the 5 combined next round. Art, he really needs to reconsider this if he doesn't find impact with these type of buys.
Desperate to. But is it for the right reasons? That he once again puts himself in harm's way.
Será que o cara viu ele?
A glimpse of him and a nice dink into the smoke.
Nossa, velho.
Confirmed damage dealt his way.
It needs to be a fire starter round. We spoke about what Cadian's impact was over there on Ancient in several rounds where they needed him to step up. This is what Art does, well, I want to say best. It's definitely where he can find some traction, but if they end this half in a massive hole and he's been purchasing out of pattern, he's that matchmaking teammate that nobody wants.
Yeah, it only makes sense if it works.
Nossa.
And Art working overtime to get out of dodge. He got spotted, does turn tail immediately. Such a sketchy buy for FURIA, and Heroic certainly in full control, my friend, as White Ra once said. Heroic are diligent. They're not going to give you this multi-kill you're hoping for. He's begging for help. He's managed to get himself up onto the rafters. Yuri to tend to the option.
Consegui pegar informação, pelo
The
menos.
vulnerability of Decon Door. Aren't responsible for double, but they can find him just over the edge. Yeah, Tessus. Good flight path and clear. Art down. Furious Hope hanging in the balance. This could be another T round, and it should be really.
drop here.
Canadian makes it so. 2 quick headshots. Yuri and K-Serato just books. Look at that one. Back turn. No hope in the round.
Na hora de pedir pause aí, mano.
I don't want to rub salt in the wound here, but we have
Pedir
to talk
pause
about
e
numbers. That's
conversar.
what this comes down to, and this is the duality of Art on Inferno. As far as opening jewels,
Os caras tão nervosos, mano. Não sei porquê, velho.
Successful, 3 unsuccessful. You move into Ancient. I know it was a close game. I know it was an exciting affair. He had 1 successful
Tenta
opening
tirar a OP
duel,
dele.
10 that went against him. And now here, within the early stages, the first 8 rounds of Nuke, the third and deciding map, as K-Serato might lose it all. Get the gun out. That's he might have had a
Não sei
chance
o cara
right
queria
there.
pegar ele na faca.
But to get us back on track, Art is currently 0 and 5 in opening exchanges. So you put the combination of Ancient now with here on Nuke. He's 1 for 15 in the last 2 maps so far.
It's the sword he lives and dies by. There's attempts at aggression, you know, there's a volatility to that just innately. And yeah, Tessus was trying his luck, trying to bait the shot. K-Serato too good. Keeps hold of the AWP, and it's in the hands of Safe. Heroic flow state for them. As I say that, they whiff the smoke and lose a player. K-Serato's the one to open Furia's defensive account. We need a whole lot more of that. Heroic immediately, knee-jerk reaction is
They're trying to create some openings. Yeah, that one right there is going to land in front of Squeaky Door. So unless Acadian might want to follow through with this, but they're trying to manufacture an opening of their own, right? They want to deny some vision on this top site, so they have to question the fact that maybe somebody has been able to drop down the vent. Now, there hasn't been the follow-through just yet. FURIA are doing their best to ward them off of this position for as long as they can. But with the combination of that smoke that you've just seen go through the windows and the top hut molly, unless you play ahead of this, exactly like this, it's impossible to deny. So, mystery solved for FURIA now. Or at least I thought so.
Yeah,
K-Serato immediately dipped back, so I think in the gray screen you get a little bit sketched out. So that is a problem. But remember, to go into that lower site, you need to open a door, which is audible, or break a window.
That's why Nuke is one of the favorites. Many a Counter-Strike player are on to Cadian. And more aggression. K-Serato brings the fight to down, straight through. Hart getting a couple of kills now. Shush would love a plant.
He might get it here.
Safe. Safe.
Boa.
The Furia's second on our 3rd map of this semi-final. It's certainly been a spectacle. Heroic trying to hand them a dose of reality on this T side. 7 already in the bank, as we discussed. That second half is going to be an uphill climb regardless. But you want to have at least your climbing shoes and a little bit of rope. You know, they need to find something on this CT side, otherwise it's going to be a one-way run for Heroic to meet outsiders in that final.
We've already seen what they've done with a little bit of momentum, right? So the fact that they were able to string together a slew of 11 rounds of their own, back on Ancient. I know Heroic got 12, but regardless, both teams are able to mount these massive walls. If you're able to do so right now and get themselves back into this half, you close it out 8-7, right? You understand it's not the best of halves you could have boasted, but it's the best recovery you possibly could have had from where you found yourself. They might still be believing in this.
Vini.
You're going to see them fighting tooth and nail towards the very, very end of this semi-final. We're back into play, round number 10. Orbs on both sides of the server. Art, we've got a couple of kills in the previous. He's now up to 3.
Yeah,
that was a multi-kill, right? So, and that's another thing that we need to monitor. Do those 2 kills where he found some good timing windows start to make him feel a bit more enamored, wanting to take those type of duels, those type of fights, those type of risks that they need him to be able to get away with here.
Down's got his intentions laid clear. Uses that smoke to slink down the stairs in the perfect gap between the incendiaries. You can see he takes 0 damage.
It's not an unknown. They have to consider it. And traditionally in these situations, you'd find yourself pushing lobby for information, where K-Serato now resides in Hut. far does he push the issue?
It's all about his perception and his timing. Now Safe will likely be calling for help. We know Heroic like to
Capricha, Safe. Capricha, Safe. Olha, o cara é telegrafado esse Alp, mano. Eita, errou a flash. É telegrafado. Todo time faz isso, mano. Esse pezinho. Nossa, velho. Vai pegar o drop pelas costas. Tá na hora de pedir pausa, mano. Acho que é o Akari, o treinador deles. Tá de coach.
Up on the tippy top of Nuke right now, and all 5 stand alive for Heroic to likely secure this 8th round. The bomb, yeah, not too far away here, and that looked way too simple. That was some great counter-strike to get the map control on Nuke that you wanted, that secret space. You do the boost that you've already seen once or twice out of Heroic thus far with the AWP in the hands of Cadian. And you have to continuously bring Cadian up in this conversation, right? He's back in maybe some of the best form that we've ever seen from the in-game leader of this team. Right? The fact that he's able to contribute like this, he is a primary AWPer. Remove the fact he's the in-game
Parece que os caras deixou energia no AT, ô Vini.
So why would it go to Cadian? And now he's showing up and delivering exactly how they need him to.
A torcida também tá devagar, os caras cansou.
He's been chasing this dream for years, and to be on the semi-final stage, to be within touching distance of the grand final stage with an organization and team that supports him, it's been a long time coming, a long road to get here. Down playing dirty games around that deep smoke, gets himself down the secret stairs, but Heroic's T side is just looking so well attuned to their opponent. Safe wasn't even ready for their signature boost. And they're trying their luck on this. Now Yuri's given up the space. He'll tuck in. He doesn't have any immediate support, so this duel is everything. A big one from Yuri, quickly silenced by Shush appropriately. Now Art already reacts to that by taking that lobby space.
They haven't addressed B. No one's dropped down. Right? There's so many issues here, and they're going to get worse. Cadian strikes. This is starting to sour right now for FURIA, for all the Brazilians here who are hoping to will them forward. Maybe run out of that willpower as well. They're on B, and it has to be another one of these rounds where they go for a save. There's nobody here to respond to it. Like, what are you meant to do? How you know, we can't even see a situation where there's a position where the FURIA players can find a fight. They have to search for them.
It's brutal.
Mentioned Cadian, right? I just wanted to draw back to this. You said that he's been doing this for so long. Here's a little personal anecdote. I lost to Cadian at the very first major BYOC
Dream
2013 in Jönköping. His team Samson beat us, knocked us out on this very
na hora de pedir pause e conversar, mano. Sei lá, mano. Os caras têm que fazer alguma coisa. Tá mexendo no psicológico.
And it's a completely different looking kid. Well, he's no longer a kid, is he? He's the man of Heroic. He's the leader of this team.
Yeah, through trials, tribulations, and failures. Heroic, the cream rising to the top. And they've got their stage experience now. You know, they've got their stage legs. And that's a FURIA timeout.
Seems late, doesn't it? It seems very, very late, the fact that we're already 11 rounds into this game. There's dismay on the face here, and they've taken the timeout when they're in this hole of 7 rounds. It already feels too little, too late. How are you meant to claw your way back into this? You keep saving, you keep having guns, but you can't find yourself in the right position. And traditionally in this situation, what would you do? Well, you'd want to take a more aggressive stance. But the way that Heroic have been approaching this in a lot of situations is they're just doing a bit of a slower crawl. Right? They're throwing out some early util, they're seeing how you react, then they've got some more mid-round decisions that come their way, and they don't seem flustered at all. At all. Heroic are on top of things right now. They got their finger on the pulse. And they're looking for that next step.
Então, não pode deixar. Se ele começar a deixar, daqui a pouco não tem mais como recuperar. Vai ter que fazer aqueles comeback monstro. Aí fica mais difícil. Aproveitar enquanto dá ainda.
They will not let up the pace unless, of course, it's involuntary. Serato dropped with the double, sprays down the hut push. And finally, FURIA find a remedy to this chaos.
Unless Cadian wins a 1-on-5 with the AWP, has the bomb, he can confirm the plan. That's a little bit of extra money coming his way, but this would be absolutely insane.
I'd propose to him on the spot. There is an entire team barreling towards Casper, Cadian, Muller. And it's the first bullet out of Safe Sword that will secure the third. Now, as discussed, already a very damning scoreline. FURIA are just looking to muster up, even if it is just individuals waking up for that second half. But you see how it came through.
And it was the opposite of what I predicted. I thought that Heroic would continue by the book. I think they were hoping to catch FURIA off guard, going for one of those aggressive plays. So the fact that at a minute 40 on the clock there, when you see those kills coming in from drop on that top rafter, that's Heroic deciding to take the fight and that pace. That plant's great. The buy, I don't think it was too much in question anyway.
acordou.
And if they can immediately reset, it will deny FURIA from any consecutive rounds so far in this CT Hall.
Forward position out of Safe, and the elbow punished right to the funny bone. Tessa's not laughing. Safe's position noted. Shush, cautious of aggression.
Tô sentindo falta do Art ali fora, mano. Fazendo uma jogada diferente. Smocando ali, passando, bagunçando o jogo. Ixi, agora vai. Isso entregou. Essa HE entregou ele.
Even the fact that Art just shows himself there might change the call from Heroic here. Just knowing that there's a player that close to Secret willing to take those type of fights. Is he just around the corner? How deep is he in this site? Well, he's completely rotated back in towards top.
Big frag from Yuri, delivers on Stound. More lining up for him, gets 2 of the 3. Heroic. Very limited options into round 13. Cadian's trying his luck. Safe, however, is sharp as attack. On his checks, it's going to be coming down to timing. They will flash through. Cadian goes looking. Safe into the site.
Ele sabe que ele tá lá em cima.
Have to be responsible for heaven. One-way drop by Cadian. He's got his util lined out, but he hasn't got a single teammate to celebrate. And yeah, gives it up, backs away. FURIA will take that one any day of the week. Safe again, a contributing factor. It was Yuri's double outside. 3 becomes 4.
And consecutive rounds. So at least something for them to get excited about here.
Eu não sei se mandaram ele jogar mais safe. Porque ele não tá mais dando aquela rushada louca. Pode ser que numa dessa aí dê certo, né?
You could still make it an 11-4 on the T side. That is something that I don't think even FURIA could come back from.
Yeah, 11-4 would be damning. These next 2 rounds really do hold a lot of weight in terms of FURIA putting up a fight on your 3rd map, on your last chance. Got to get out of your head and get into the game. 9-6, functional. Not going to be easy given how potent Heroic.
Ainda dá, mano. Ainda dá. Ainda não tá perdido esse game, não.
And so it begins. T-side off this time, looking for Safe. Safe. Oh, lucky to be alive as the Cadian flick.
O Safe tem que punir esse cara, mano.
Look at this, they're going straight towards Yard here, knowing where the AWP was. The smoke wall immediately erected. They're going to make this one quite quick and across, but aren't over the top. He's seen something.
Olha, a primeira que ele saiu, mano. Olha aí.
More opportunity, can't believe he's gotten away with that. Changing the guard though on that one. Stound just slipped straight past him. Safe, silent on the descent. They are heading secret. We need to address this, and that is the AWP's job. Drop to contain. Stop the vent drop. Keep safe. As they do perfectly. Flash him. Absolutely perfect.
Vai picar ali, mano.
Another from Stound. Heroic are taking this round and riding it into a 10th.
O Cade é muito inteligente, mano.
Coast is clear. FURIA just getting bullied at this point. Everything you try.
Matter of timing here.
Small opportunity. With Cadian down, the bomb is two. Shush though. Adjusts. Leaves Yuri in the low site here and all the action up top. He knows his options very limited. He'll have to walk all the way up and around. Yabi still hesitant to plant.
Short-lived celebrations here, and the question is, does Yuri want to give this one a go? You take a look at the finances available for what will be the final round of play. Round number 15 coming up next, and he actually may as well. The only thing he can't buy himself next round is his AK. But they can't buy themselves another round going into the second half either. So give it a go. See if you can get this fifth and see if you can pull off something phenomenal.
He will start with a quick, clean headshot. Heroic not going to be giving him anything. Oh, other than a bullet straight into the dome. Down punishes, and that 10th round, that damning 10th T round on Nuke is under their belt. That's not going anywhere.
Bora acreditar, Elias. Bora acreditar.
Set for success, rolling out that red carpet.
Well, speaking of success, something that has assisted FURIA in a couple of key rounds here has been double AWP. So that's been brought out once more. Safe and Art wielding those bad boys, as you would expect. That nade, a big chunk of damage on the Stown, but does have the space and, well, Safe, if he's not looking, he's a dead man walking.
He's not aware. Stown could find him. Orb to bait. Stown. What? Stown doesn't clear it. Safe right behind him. Has no idea. Safe doesn't either.
Nossa, mano do céu.
Ahead of the AWPer. And a big frag to post. FURIA spiraling. Keserato recovering some ground. Just to find their way back into lobby. They know there's potential. But it could be Yuri once again. The man of the hour, Keserato. Both the fangs are here. And only one from Keserato. It's Yuri's turn, and Yabi denies. What a shot! He makes it a double.
You gotta hit those, and back up the ladder they go. Straight in towards the A site here, circumventing any danger whatsoever. That bomb will go down. They can fortify this A site.
No hope here. I say that as drop.
Às vezes os caras escutam a torcida, Vini.
Art needs to get out. He's aware of the potential for Vents. A quick scope could change everything.
Que nem agora. O cara começa a aumentar o tom de voz. Aí os caras começam a desconfiar.
It's an awkward angle, but there's two of them, and only one of you. Makes it clear. Fires the shot. Drop will save him. How often have we said that?
10-5, mano.
Frag into the low side does facilitate 5.
Bora ganhar o pistol.
Rounds heading into attack on Nuke. I don't need to spell it out for you, but Heroic are in touching distance of a grand final at IEM Rio 2022.
Boa, Luan. Bora acreditar. Ezcap Gaming
is one of the most recognizable faces, not only when it comes to Danish, but also
Tava na North.
CS:GO. Known not only for leading Heroic, but also for how he celebrates his team's successes. But leading and celebrating aren't the only things he's renowned for.
Salve, Matheus, beleza?
A very efficient player. Let's travel back to IEM Gamescom 2015 and the match between Renegades and Cadian's SK Gaming. He needed just 2 bullets to stop 4 advancing enemies.
Flashes are coming into B. They've gone with a bit more tempo. Oh, double shot! Takes down Yaman Sponge. He was missing earlier, but I suppose he makes up for it. Taking 2 with 1 bullet there. There's Cadian again! Oh my god! 2 bullets, 4 people for Cadian. Pretty fantastic stuff.
Essa line da SK aí, ó. É a line antes de entrar os brasileiros. Parece que tem até o Nico ali, ó. Aquela SK deixou saudade, hein, Vini? Cê é louco. CS bonito de assistir. Bora, torcida, porra, bora. Vamos empurrar os caras, mano.
We have the best that Denmark has to offer up against South America's finest. It's grand final on the line, and it's the final map in which to decide. Heroic, an incredible lead. T-side, 10 rounds. They look like the better team. RIO hand in hands as FURIA find just 5 to work with heading into this T-side.
And we've asked this question once before. Is 5 enough? And it was the other way around on Asia, but still the same conversation.
Agora ou nunca. Agora ou nunca. Quem é o Pistol, mano? Quem é esse Pistol?
The crowd knows a pistol's important in a comeback. Art trying to lead straight down into this side, running over Teptas, flattens him completely off the Glock. Need another. Cadian's gone. Art farms 2. Yabi back with the same. And he's looking for more. The head is not done.
Planta, Yuri. Planta, Yuri.
Shush on to Keserato. Heroica hitting shots. This was a 3v5 instantly leveled. And now they just hit everything. That's going to feel good. The Danes.
Meu amigo.
That's going to feel great. 5 out of 6 pistols.
Tá começando a ficar difícil.
We're talking about these little details that not have been going in their favor, that they've been able to convert here, and this is great. Yeah, come into my domain, run through that little corridor. I will pip you at the post. Tidy USB headshots there, nothing more satisfying. And now Heroic know that they are in touching distance of this grand final.
Tá difícil, hein? Não sei o que acontece com a Fúria, mano. Os caras eles costumam dar umas desligadas. De uma hora pra outra, dá uma desligada no time.
So to recap Heroic's major history, these boys, they've been a contender for time now.
Hey, you go back to Stockholm, post-COVID, the majors return. They fall in the semi-finals to G2.
E aí, Gabi? Já tá quase acabando, meu parceiro. Falta pouco.
But they get matched against Na'Vi and find themselves eliminated in the quarterfinals. Well, right here, right now, that extra hurdle, that extra step is about to be taken. Is it enough? Well, we'll have to find out tomorrow. We have to find out if we can get there right here, right now. There's so much when we talk about FURIA. They lack the smoke walls. They're such a lobby-dependent team. You can see them now stranded in yard in the open, looking for these fights and running into them. Oh, Art, he's not ready for it at all. These plays, that's another opening death. Throw that one on the tally. That stat line is going to sting.
Truly alarming to see how many of those duels have not gone his way in these last 2 maps, and Heroic so well drilled. Every step they take, calculated. This is aggression. Calculated aggression towards that lobby. And Safe's got the bomb on his back. He can't pass through that 4-man setup. It'd be crazy to try. Oh! Unless drop comes from behind. He gets them. Safe as well. Completely rumbles the defense. Another for Safe. Double from him. Down with one back, and it would be quite the clutch. How did Drop get under their skin like that?
They're going to take their time to get the bomb back here. They think he might still be in radio. So Stown, heads-up play, is playing ahead of FURIA here. He's already rerouted back towards the heaven position. He's up the ladder and behind them. And into the top they walk.
Oh my
Stown
God.
is going to clutch this one out.
There's no way.
Olha
Just
isso,
breaking
mano.
all of their heart. The ace clutch from Stown. That is superb. The superstar goes supernova. Just when they were running out of hope, Drop tried, Stown succeeds.
And he's just carried the corpse here into the arena. This is a funeral. A funeral for FURIA.
Ah, eu acho que aí começa a faltar experiência pros caras, mano. Pedir um pause, conversar.
Your support means nothing right here, right now. And Cadian,
O coach dá uma acordada nos caras.
looking down, should be thanking Stown. That's where he sent this side of FURIA and into the blender once more.
Heroic will not give you anything. You have to take it by force. Yuri has done so with a weapon. A single glimmer of light, as is Art's position. He's down and already up towards the ramp. Tessus is not aware, or at least not addressing it. Hard fight on the Mac 10, lets it slip. Art flustered, fumbled. Tessus dealing with multiple adversaries all over the map. It doesn't matter, you cannot touch him. As he's gotten 2 of the 3 required. Now Yuri's got him on the left jiggle. But how do they make a round out of this? Stown has had all the time in the world to think about his position. Heroic burrow in deep. And this denial seems like a matter of time. Drop with the bomb. Holding the cross, a hard clear.
Saca foi ótimo.
He should have it. A free frag, beautiful, graceful, out of Stown, and that's only Yuri to try and get that bomb down and win a round to give them hope. It's all gone. 14 for Heroic. As Heroic simultaneously silence Rio de Janeiro. Now that's their second timeout. FURIA.
Only their second timeout.
Yeah, it's weird to say, isn't it?
Only their second timeout, and the scoreline reads 14-5. You're going to have to question where were these earlier before the game got away from them. We were questioning the types of buy decisions that were being made out of FURIA, especially Art, the way that that now translates into the opening.
É o mesmo placar do outro, do último mapa. Aí agora não dá mesmo, tem como os caras vai querer acordar agora. Pra dar esse comeback fica bem difícil. É essa desligada que eles dão.
They just do not care about how many people are here to watch you succeed. They've got their own mission, and a grand final is where that mission will reach its conclusion. Okay, Serato trying his luck. On the door spray, they are coming to Tessus, who once again gets his fragger safely. The ramp hold given up now. Shush with the aggression. K Serato unprepared, and FURIA are just getting toyed with at this point. Hope waning. Options minimal.
Nossa, o drop jogou a C4.
Maybe a second as well. Never mind the 10 HP he's left with, because he's tucked in tight. Yuri can't take that fight. He will now. Doors are open. Heroic are coming and just charging into him. Like a rabid dog, they just want to get to the finish line. It's so close, and 10 opportunities.
It's sinking in for the fans.
É, a torcida já entregou o jogo. Deve que ficou difícil.
None of it left. The energy amounts for nothing here. And I think that maybe in classic Heroic fashion, they might go for something a little bit naughty. Give them an uppercut here. Throw something outside the box. I know people might argue it could give them a chance back in, and they could play the standard game and just shut the doors regardless. but that wouldn't be heroic. So let's see, a timeout call from FURIA, potentially their last. They have one more, but they have to hold on. They need to convert a round, or this magical run is going to lose exactly that. The cauldron designed to consume their opponents, bubbling over against them.
10 rounds required of FURIA on the T side of Nuke. Heroic showing no signs of slowing. Going through the motions. Cadian's call for the setup established. And Serato has felled the first. On the defense, forces Tessus into a more passive approach. Smoke onto door. Into the ramp. Tessus has given it up. Tessus has lost his life with drop on the helm with the AK. Now into Cadian. He's a bit of an element of surprise on this position. They will smoke door, but are they ready? Oh, yes, they are. The nade. But they don't look at it as he does chip away. One of FURIA separated from the pack. Cadian.
Nossa senhora.
As he breaks their all
Meu amigo.
the arena and the team in one spray of the M4. It's only two now, and it's the Fangs that are being snuck upon from behind.
É, guys. Aqui acabou.
And Serato resides himself to a slow crawl at the top.
That says it all. It says it all. The hand off the mouse, the touch of the head, the understanding of the situation.
Felizmente não deu.
It's sunk in now. There's no way out. This one's done.
Cadian throws the knockout blow.
Only fitting.
Only fitting. As Serato will try as hard as he can to extend play. Cadian hasn't moved the muscle. A triple from the in-game leader for that grand final that has eluded him for his entire career.
Nossa.
He'll take it by force. Heroic.
Ah, o Kenny jogou a partida todinha atrás daquele pilar ali.
2022.
Furia's fairy tale falters here. Heroic take their next step and a changing of the guard regardless.
É mais uma história que não foi escrita ainda. Quem sabe no próximo Major. Ah, os moleques jogaram muito, mano. Tem que reconhecer que jogaram. Na minha opinião, faltou experiência aí. Um pouco de emocional, sei lá, talvez. Mais experiência. Rapaziada, quero agradecer quem assistiu aí a partida. A gente tá aí há 4 horas transmitindo. Quem quiser dar uma moral, deixar o like, se inscrever. A gente continua a nossa jornada. O cara parece o Fênix, mano.
Respect being shown here. He played an incredible game to drop. I mean, we talked about it. We will remind you, a teenager becoming a man in Rio.
The broken hearts here.
O Kenya foi um grande nome no jogo, mano. Jogou demais.
This was their chance. This was home soil, their opportunity, and they fall short here today.
It's gonna hurt. Especially the way in which it went down. Looks like we're gonna hear from your Cadian and Victor and grand finalist, Heroic.
but I just have to catch on to just the huddle over there and what a fight it was against them and what you just told them, because I feel like you're happy you won, but it's double.
I didn't hear too much. Can I get it again, Chuck?
Yes, it felt like, of course, this is your moment, but I just want to know what happened in that huddle over there, because I saw you giving them some words of support.
Our moment is tomorrow. Today is about celebrating
Então,
FURIA
Luis.
and the tournament they have had here in Brazil. They've united their nation. It feels like they've shown what the Brazilian fans can do. Like their players, Caserato, Yuri, they played so well individually. Today is about FURIA. We can do the rest tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Javi, what an unbelievable series. Talk to me about FURIA almost coming back on Ancient, and then you having to go in the next map, and then being so confident to clean it out.
I mean, it was a really tough game. We couldn't really close it out, but we know we...
Demorou muito a acordar na Ancient, mano. A Ancient era uma pra gente ter ganhado.
Really good at calling in the overtime.
Demorou muito a acordar.
It's just after every map, it's just a mental reset all the time, even though you lost.
É a final de dois times que ninguém esperava.
Start from zero, so we just did that, and yeah.
Was this the hardest moment?
Eu acho que era a melhor chance da gente conseguir ganhar o Major era nesse Major. Com dois times que ninguém esperava.
That's not something you can just do, you know. They are so passionate, they are so loud, it's hard to even communicate. And I mean, it was an honor to play with them yesterday. It was an honor to play against them today. And I just hope the Brazilian fans will cheer for Heroic tomorrow, because Heroic is Brazil.
Javi, in Stockholm you fell short just of the playoffs. In Antwerp you made it there, but you didn't make it further than the quarters. Tomorrow you play your first major final. Do you feel like
Ó, a Kari pegou a bandeira da Ucrânia.
I mean, it's really early for me, but yeah, I mean, I'm feeling so fucking ready to win tomorrow. I can't wait.
Final question, Kadian. You said it already. It is all about tomorrow. I reminded you of 2013 in our interview yesterday. 10 years in the making. What are you going to show us, and what are you going to show James tomorrow?
Outsiders is a super strong team. They've shown that throughout all of this tournament, and to be honest, I haven't thought too much about that. All my energy has been put into
Moleque tá
FURIA,
arrasado.
which is no easy task. So I'll have to go home and study, maybe miss out on a little bit of sleep. Like you said, it's 10 years in the making, but I'm in the motherfucking major final!
You can sign the camera. This one, I believe, or is it the other one? I don't know where it is. It's over there. Awesome, back to you.
Frags, sweat, and then the tears. FURIA apply pressure. They make Heroic feel it on Ancient, but drop out just a bit short. Ultimately, Heroic going into a grand final tomorrow.
Bom, rapaziada, eu vou deixar esse vídeo por aqui. Agradecer a quem acompanhou. Quem deixou o like também. Tamo junto. A gente volta amanhã com a final. Vamos ver como é que vai ser aí. Valeu pela presença. Falou. E até a próxima. Fui.